Okay, thank you, members. That's us back online. The next item is open for decision, and it is our corporate plan and improvement plan 22-23. And I'd like to ask Ellen to take us through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and through yourself. This report provides details of the feedback received as a result of the consultation process on Council's improvement objectives for 22-23, and the report also aims to seek members' comments and approval for the updated corporate plan and improvement plan, which is set out at Appendix 1. As noted in the report, we are under duty as part of Part 12 of the Local Government Northern Ireland Act to put in place a framework to produce support continuous improvement. And as part of that, we are required to publish a performance improvement plan no later than the end of June each year. The report sets out the structure of that particular document and highlights that in devising our improvement objectives for 22-23, that we took into consideration obviously the inclusive strategic growth plan, progress during the previous year, and learning indeed from that period, customer feedback, service needs, and also feedback from the audit office. Accordingly, we set out 3 updated improvement objectives and 1 unchanged one. As a result of the consultation, which closed on the 23rd of June, we used a number of channels to promote awareness and actually increased the number of returns we normally get in terms of this annual consultation. As indicated in the report, there is approximately 85 to 90% agreement with the improvement objectives themselves, with no substantive issues raised, and as a result we're not suggesting any changes into those improvement objectives as a result of the consultation. The objectives themselves are set out in the report, and the recommendation for members today is that, subject to your comments, the document entitled Corporate Plan and Improvement Plan 2022-23 is approved by Council. Thank you, members, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you for all the work that has gone into this report and into the improvement plan as it sits. I just open it up if there's any comments that anybody wants to make, and I see Alderman Devaney in the chat box.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And first of all, can I just say thank you to Ellen for the report and the work that you've done here. I think it's a very, very detailed report, and our party has no problem in proposing the recommendation here, Mayor, and say well done to Ellen and the team. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney, and I'm just checking, is there anyone else who wishes to comment on the report? If not, could I get a seconder for it? Councillor Tierney.
Yep, Mayor, happy to second it, and just to thank Ellen and the team and everybody involved for bringing about the corporate plan. I think if you actually sit and read it, it's quite interesting. I particularly liked the part where it was about the corporate responsibility and how what it is we're actually here to do. Sometimes it would be useful if we sometimes stuck to that, and obviously the part around the corporate values as well was quite interesting, but there's no issue in endorsing both the plans, and thanks to the Ellen team for the work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So that report has been proposed and seconded. So if there is no one else wishing to comment on it, I'd just like to thank Ellen again for her work on it. And I would say now that we're just after 5:45. So if we maybe take a break now before we move into motions, and we come back and start again at 6. And then that takes us fresh into the motions and allows people to have a comfort break. So if we're content with that, we'll take just over a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, members. So I'm just going to move on to notices of motion now, and I would invite Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we take the motion as read on the screen, please?
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? I see Councillor Tierney in the chat box. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mayor. And good luck to you in your year ahead. Mayor, it's my great honour and privilege to nominate Lisa McGee for the Freedom of the City, the first woman to be nominated for the accolade. As the motion on the screen outlines, this is the first stage in the process, and I take on board what Alderman Guy had said, and agree wholeheartedly with how the council needs to look at how we deal with the issuing of the Freedom of the City, and in keeping with the way that it has happened with other councillors bringing forward the names of other people in the past. I wanted, through the text on the screen, begin the process of granting the Freedom of the City to Lisa McGee. Lisa has brought so much joy and civic pride to our city and district through her writing, and this work undoubtedly has put Derry and its people on a global stage. Right from the first episode of the first series, the characters and the adventures of the school teenagers and Derry girls has captivated audiences, and the show itself is the most watched show since records began in 2002. The story of how the family and the teenagers all live their lives against the backdrop of the troubles as society moves towards the Good Friday Agreement in 1998 has captivated audiences and resonates with people from all walks of life who lived through those difficult decades, and it has also informed a new generation of what life was like here in the 1990s. Of course, it was started on Channel 4 and then taken on by Netflix, and that brought it to a global audience, and that has inspired people right around the world, young and old, who either are from this city or who live elsewhere, but have a strong connection to this part of the world. We know that Derry Girls is not Lisa McGee's only success. She's been involved in many other creations on TV that are worthy of note, such as the BBC's BAFTA-nominated Being Human, the Golden Globe-nominated series The White Queen. She had success with Raw on RTE, and she had the most recent one, The Deceived, on Channel 5, being some of the examples of a long list of successful screen works. This contribution to the arts makes her a worthy nominee for the Freedom of the City and follows in the footsteps of previous recipients who have excelled in their fields. I think it's worth pointing out, Mayor, that the fact that Lisa is the first female to be put forward for the Freedom of the City in our city is truly a historic and unique occasion. Through her work, people have seen the warmth and the charm of our city, the sense of friendship, families pulling together and dealing with adversity, all delivered through various strong female viewpoints, be it the teenagers themselves, be it the mother or the auntie in the show, or be it Sister Michael as well. All of those strong female viewpoints have been at the centre of the Derry Girls story, and she's created through her writing such a sense of civic pride and a strong state of mind of what being from Derry means. So, Mayor, in conclusion, I'm happy to put forward the motion on the screen and suggest that this council make Lisa the first Derry woman to receive the award, and I think that would be a fitting achievement that a Derry girl synonymous with the show be awarded the highest civic honour that the council can bestow. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley, and I invite Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, our party has no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward here for Lisa McGee to give her the freedom of the city and district. And as the previous speaker has almost said everything, Lisa has had many accolades over the years and still probably more to come, Chair, but we have no problem in supporting the notice of motion.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney, and my apologies because I think I gave you the jump on Councillor Tierney because I read your name prior to his, so apologies for that. Councillor Tierney?
Mayor, that must be some type of a glitch because I didn't actually want to speak. My name's not on the chat box. I seconded. My name was in the chat box to speak previously on a further proposal, but obviously we fully support Councillor Riley's motion and fully support the nomination of Lisa McGee. I think it's a great one, but I hadn't intended to speak, Mayor, so you've kind of stumped me on this one a wee bit. But no, we're fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tierney. Councillor Tierney, and sorry for putting you on the spot, but sure, you can handle it. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to put my party alliance's party support behind Councillor Riley's motion. I welcome it, and I thank him for doing it. I'm not surprised. It is the first. Lisa will be the first woman to be conferred for the Freedom of the City. I think it's a great accolade to give her. She has brought so much pride to our city and district, and she's made it a place to talk about, to come and visit. Everybody now is a Derry girl, whether they're from Derry or not, which is amazing to see that that's conveyed across the globe. I think it is a historic day. I think Lisa's done a great thing. She's shown, I know, very similar to my story growing up here within the city and district, and she's shown a lot of our history. She's allowed people to understand our humour, our dark humour, and us as people and how welcoming and funny we are. So we are more than happy to support the conferring of Lisa McGee to the Freedom of the City. I think it's well deserved, and hopefully she will be the first of many women to receive it over the coming years. So Mayor, we're more than happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor, and People Before Profit are fully in support of this motion. Like Rachel, I think Lisa will be the first of many women in receipt of Freedom of the City, and I think it's wonderful that Lisa is the first. She's really put Derry girls on the world stage, and we as a city council, city district council, owe her so much, and need to put her on our local stage. By comparing her this Freedom of the City, and I think that she's just done an incredible thing for Derry, but also for Derry women, in the way that she's told our ordinary story in an extraordinary way, and I think as Rachel has said, she's given us all a lot of pride in who we are and where we're from, and I think Lisa is one of many talented women who come from the city, and I think we're very proud of her for everything that she's done. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, and Alderman Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a truly historic moment, so it is for the first woman to get this award, and no better person. I was honoured as my term as Mayor to meet Lisa, and absolutely brilliant. And what I've seen is what she's done for the city is absolutely amazing. The amount of tourists Derry girls have brought to the city, and especially from Channel 4 going on to Netflix and covering United States, North America. A lot of visitors are coming now to see the city, and it'd be great to get the first years on Netflix to get it truly out there again, to get that buzz. But everybody's truly getting around to see the impact Lisa's had on the city from business and everything. Everybody's truly gaining from that, and to be honest, absolutely well done to Martin for bringing this motion forward today, and no better person deserves that than Lisa McGee. So we look forward to getting Lisa in the chamber. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Mark, and Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor, and Lisa McGee, playwright, screenwriter, but more importantly, first and foremost, a Derry girl. And what other title could she have given her most recent TV series but Derry Girls? This, as others have said, is not Lisa's only success story, and I would safely say it will not be her last. Previous television credits include The Things I Haven't Told You, Raw, which she created for RTE, the Channel 4 sitcom London Irish, plus many more stage plays and TV productions for which she received nominations and awards. Darien District is a very special place that have produced many sons and daughters that have done this city and district proud. We in Sinn Féin are happy to support this motion, and we hope that the honour of being awarded Freedom of the City will be Lisa's most treasured accolade. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. And Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's really just seeking a clarification from the mover of the motion when he responds. And it follows on from the earlier comments from Alderman Guy, that this council commences the process to confer. Is that it's taken as a given, or is it to commence the process to consider the to consider conferring the freedom? There is a slight distinction, and as I say, given Alderman Guy's contribution earlier on, it might be good if that was clarified. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey, and I'll allow Martin to clear that up when he comes back to sum up. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Martin for bringing this forward. On behalf of A2, I'd like to fully support this motion. I think it's fitting, and with the amount of benefit that has been brought to the city in particular as a result of Lisa's work, merits a lot more than we can give. But this being the highest accolade that we can confer on a citizen, I think it's fitting and more than happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in, and happy to support the proposal. And there's an old saying, you know, that art reflects true life. And I think when we've seen the Derry Girls and we've seen the portrayal of Strabane, that when it comes to Derry, she made me watching some council meetings because Strabane people feel like they're in their outer Hebrides, and I think that reflected across her art. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, and there are no other speakers in the chat box. So before I bring Councillor Riley back to sum up, I just want to congratulate him on bringing the motion. The success of Derry Girls has been absolutely immense, and as Alderman Mark said, in the role of mayor, I've been able to meet with so many people who have come to the city. They're tourists, they've been coming from all over, and they are talking continuously about Derry Girls. Its impact has been immense throughout the world. So absolutely, it's fantastic to see Lisa McGee, who is a fantastic ambassador for our city and district, be bestowed with this accolade. She is a true Derry girl, and it's fantastic to see her as one of the first women to receive this high honour. So thank you, and I'll bring Councillor Riley back in to sum up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. And just to offer the clarification to Alderman Hussey, you know, in the writing of the motion and the way it was written, it's in keeping with what the council has done with previous nominations for the Freedom of the City, which is that it's discussed at a council meeting first, then there is a special dedicated council meeting, which all 40 councillors attend, where that decision is formally taken. And then at that stage, immediately afterwards, there's a meeting to confer the Freedom of the City on the individual. So it's in keeping with the existing processes that we use. And today is about starting that process off as the motion outlines. I hope that's sufficient clarification for you, Alderman Hussey. In relation to the comments that people have made, you know, can I thank everybody for the positive way that you have responded to the motion here today. It's great to see, certainly from what's been said so far, that it looks like it'll go through unanimously. I think that you know, the whole process about how the freedom of the city is the highest accolade the council can give, I think is clear for people to understand, and certainly those that I've been speaking to over the course of the past couple of days, recognise that Lisa is somebody that fits the category to be awarded this honour. So many people have told me that they came specifically to the city because of Derry Girls. I met a couple from West Virginia who were here in Ireland on honeymoon. They were travelling around in a camper van, and they specifically came to Derry to see the Derry mural, to see the sites around the city where the show had been filmed, and that is in itself, I think, worth mentioning here this evening, that so many visitors now count themselves as Derry Girls because of the way the show was written and the way that it engendered a sense of civic pride. I think it also is worth reflecting on the fact that Lisa will be the first woman to be nominated for this award. As you yourself, Mayor, has said, it's a great motion to have here today. It's your first meeting of council. It's the first motion you have to deal with in your term, and it's great that that sense of Derry girl achievement is reflected across the council area. I noticed that today you had announced in relation to the Factory Girl sculpture and work that's happening to deliver recognition to all the women involved in the shirt factories across our city and district, and the history that they have provided to the council area. All of that is so important, and council do need to look at how it can do more of that, because the freedom of the city has been the preserve of men for far too long. And I think that I'm really glad that unanimously, as it looks here this evening, that this proposal will end that inequality. And Lisa, I think, can be proud that her creation of Derry Girls has broken that mould. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. And I, like you, would assume that this is going to be unanimous. So I'll give it a second just to hear if there's any dissenting voices. No, there doesn't appear to be. So congratulations to Lisa McGee, and thank you to Martin for bringing the motion. That seems to have passed unanimously. So thank you. Moving on to the second motion, I'd call on Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. I take the motion as read and so propose and wait a seconder.
I'll second it, Mayor. Alderman Morris Devaney.
Appreciate
Go
it.
ahead.
Appreciated, Mayor. Appreciated, Alderman Devaney. Mayor, I'm not going to beat about the bush on this one. It's fairly straightforward as far as I can see it. It's a pragmatic proposal. There are wishing well style signage locations throughout the area, but the ones in the former Strabane area were located there by the former Strabane District Council and therefore fall under the responsibility of this council. Anyone who has gone out and round the rural areas, as I'm sure you will be doing during your term, Mayor, you will come across these signs. And to be quite honest, as gateway signs to our rural communities, they're a downright disgrace. They need to be looked at. And that's all I'm asking. I'm asking that council will inspect the signs, and then I hope they will consider it necessary to initiate a rolling programme of either cleaning, refurbishing, repairing, or replacing as is deemed necessary by the officers. I know there's a financial ask that will be attached to this, but you've talked there about Derry Girls and the influx of people to the area. I hope that when they come, they're not just sticking in the city, they are going out round the area. And we want to present an attractive area for people to come to have these wishing well style signage, or to have that style at our gateways to the various communities. It needs to be something that's presentable. And quite honestly, at this moment in time, it isn't presentable. In fact, some cases, it isn't actually there at all. You cannot read what's on the signage. And further to that, throughout the rural area, We have the road signs with appropriate town land mentions on those road signs. Many of them, those were placed there by council again, and many of them are, they're not fit for purpose. You cannot read the signs. What's the point in the sign? You cannot read. So I beg to move the motion as tabled. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I bring in Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Alderman Hussey has just said there. And I would like to point out that while the staff are out carrying out this inspection, if they happen to come across any signage stating "Welcome to Derry City and Strabane District Council," could they please let us know, no matter what religion, or sorry, no matter what language it's in, because at the minute I haven't seen any signage welcoming people to our district, our beautiful district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in on this. I thank Alderman Hussey for raising this issue, and the SLP are happy to support the proposal. And as Alderman Hussey has stated there, this is seems to be a legacy issue from the Strabane District Council that doesn't seem to have been picked up in our current council amalgamate with Derry City. So it seems to be something that's just left lying. In the Derg, as Alderman Hussey will know, there are a few welcome signs that are in a bad state of disrepair. They do show or portray a bad image of rural towns and villages. For example, Siam Mills have these signs both on the Strabane side and the Oma side. They're in a bad state of disrepair. I think the signs are actually hanging off one of them. There's mold on them. And yeah, it would be good to have these replaced. But I do also know as well, Mayor, through working with the Claddagh community group, that they, I think, was through Village Renewal. Within the last, I think it was last year, they've got some new signs as well. So it would be good to see, as proposed by Alderman Hussey there, to have a review of all these signs, because I know for Claddagh is the only one I've known to be upgraded, but I know that there's many others that aren't. So it would be good to have those sort of an audit done on those welcoming signs. But as Alderman Hussey would agree, this is one, like, this is a welcome start, but it's one part of a wider programme. A lot of our rural towns and villages are in a bad state of disrepair, in my view. And I've talked in this council multiple times about the need for regeneration works in our rural towns and villages, but I'll leave that for another day. But just to sum up, Mayor, happy to support and thank Alderman Hussey for raising this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll just take the opportunity as well to wish you well in your year, and likewise your Deputy Mayor as well, Councillor Dobbins. No doubt you'll do a good job, so good luck with that. Just regarding the motion, goes without saying, on behalf of myself and my own party, fully supportive of the motion, and I acknowledge Councillor Hussey for tabling the motion. Is quite right. Some of the signs are in an unpresentable position, though I do have to acknowledge that any time I have raised individual signs with officers that they have addressed the issue very promptly, and have sent officers out or council staff out to clean signs and stuff. But definitely there is a need there. But I suppose it goes without saying as well that you shouldn't really need to bring emotion on the issue. That you would think this should be an ongoing rolling thing where signs are inspected and maintained. But just as I say, from my own perspective and party perspective, totally supportive of the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. And Alderman Kerrigan.
Sorry, Mayor. Sorry, I was reading back going through the notes there, and wasn't paying attention. Apologies, Mayor. No, Mayor, content with what has been already stated. As I say, just remarked a few of those signs today. A lot of them seem to be, as I say, legacy to the Strabane District Council, and they were quite quaint. They were nice wee signs. They were kind of idyllic themselves, and nice wee pictures of olden times on a lot of the signs as well, referencing to the various settlements that they were at. So no, I would be supportive of that there. Some of them have been damaged, some of them have just not been replaced then when they have got damaged or whatever else, or just through the length of time they've been sitting up, there just hasn't been the maintenance by the look of it. And a lot of it, if they were give a good wash, would improve a lot of them there. I'm thinking upon ones in Newton Stewart at Ergana there and Kiln and various places. But as to do that as well, will be a slightly larger job with the road signs and the amount of them, particularly the amount of rural road signs, and you would occasions have it would be the same road, but it would then have another name on it then when you would change the town land. So that does take a wee bit more work on that, and I understand that will be a larger process. But again, as has been stated by previous speakers, I thought that kind of maintenance job was within council's remit anyway. But no, content to support the motion brought forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan and Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I welcome Alderman Hussey's motion. This is synonymous with the neglect of rural areas within the district. So, in relation to visitors visiting the rural areas, what they're seeing is not conducive to attracting them back again. Entering Strabane, for instance, from Omagh or Derry, leaving Strabane to enter Donegal, there's nothing to create a positive first impression. So I agree a lot needs to be done, but we could start with the basics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. And if there's no further speakers, I'll invite Alderman Hussey back to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. And firstly, can I thank all of those who have contributed in support of the motion. And can I also say that I agree fully with Councillor McHugh and what he said. We would hope that there would be an ongoing rolling programme of inspection and cleaning of these signs. It's not something that will be done overnight, but it's something that should be ongoing. Thanks to everyone for their comments and support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. And again, I don't hear any voices of dissent, so I'm going to give it a second. And if not, I'll assume it's unanimous. Okay, content that that is also unanimous. The next motion under the name of Councillor McKinney I've actually had a conversation with Councillor McKinney prior to the meeting, and he is content that this motion is moved to an appropriate committee. So we will move then to the motion of Councillor Tierney. So if Councillor Tierney wishes to move the motion, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what it is, Mayor, but you seem to be trying to catch me on the hop today. That's twice now. But happy to propose the motion as is read on the screen and seek a seconder, Mayor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think before we debate this motion, we must acknowledge the family of Kathleen Thompson, which you have already done in your chair's business, and their fight for truth and justice. The Thompson family, in my opinion, have carried their fight over the last 50-odd years with admirable determination and with a sense of justice always in their hearts. They have always had the support of the people of Derry, and I think that we all should be immensely proud of them. I would also, before starting, appeal to members of this council to come at this motion with victims at the forefront of their mind. Let's not make this motion about who the British Army killed, the UDA, the UVF, or the IRA. Let's stand together to fight for all victims, regardless of who the perpetrators were. In my opinion, all victims deserve the same: truth and justice. Moving to the body of the motion, Mayor, victims from right across our community have been outspoken in their opposition to the British government's legacy legislation, and it's important that we as councillors come together and make our feelings known on this issue. My motion gives us the opportunity to let every single one of Westminster's 650 MPs know exactly what the people of this city and district feel about this legislation. These legacy proposals have already caused untold hurt to people right across the north. They seek to deny justice and ensure that the perpetrators will be protected from prosecution for good, no matter what new evidence occurs. Not only does this legislation break international agreements between the British and Irish governments, but it also tramples all over the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement, and it will do serious harm to the decades of challenging work around reconciliation. Mayor, the SDLP has always stood resolutely behind victims, and we will continue to do so, and we will show our support to them in any way we can. This legislation is nothing more than an attempt by the British government to shield itself from its own shameful, dirty, dark past, and we cannot allow that to happen. We must fight with every victim every step of the way. Mayor, looking at this legislation, Kathleen Thompson was murdered in this city in 1971. This week, her family have got justice. If this legislation goes through the House of Commons, there will be many, many more families wishing that they were in the Thompson's family's shoes tonight. And I'm sure that through all of their hurt, all of their pain, and all of their suffering, that the Thompson family are counting themselves very, very lucky to have got to the stage in the process where they actually are. And there are many families, many families across the north who will be hoping that they get to the same point that the Thompson family do. That's why tonight, Mayor, that I'm urging every single councillor in this chamber to back this motion, to let British MPs know that the people of Derry City and Strabane District Council support the victims. We want to see perpetrators brought to justice, and we want to give victims an opportunity to seek that justice and to clear the names of their loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. We fully support Councillor Tierney's motion, and I don't think, and I hope that there's not anyone in this chamber can disagree with Councillor Tierney's motion. There are too many unanswered questions, unsatisfactory outcomes into the terrible acts carried out in the name of one side or the other. Many of our citizens have gone to the graves seeking truth and justice, and this bill makes a mockery of what they were searching for. We fully support this motion. Thank you, Brad, for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mayor. We in the Ulster Unionist Party do not support the government's legacy bill. We also do not and never have supported the Stormont House legacy proposals for reasons that we have outlined many times before. So to refer to the motion, there are no agreed mechanisms for securing truth, justice and accountability to return to. Anyone who broke the law should face the consequences. We have already seen the offence caused to innocent victims and their families when so-called comfort letters are handed out on the runs, helping people evade justice. We do not and never have supported the concept of an amnesty, but Stormont House provides for an amnesty for those who committed offences up to, but just short of murder. The motion talks of carrying out proper investigations into deaths and serious injuries that occurred during the conflict, but the reality is the Stormont House proposals for investigations into some deaths and totally ignores the seriously injured, and that is the one of the many reasons why it is not acceptable to us, and as a result we cannot support this motion. It is worth exploring just who does or did support the concept of an amnesty. In an opinion column in the Irish Times on the 20th October 2021 by Michael McDowell, a former Dublin Justice Minister, who said, "In this state, a de facto moratorium on investigation and prosecution of IRA members other than those described as dissidents came into operation. This was demanded by Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness, the leaders of Sinn Féin at the time, and it was conceded every trouble-related murder, bombing and maiming is, on paper, a serious offence in the state that reasoned of the Criminal Law Jurisdiction Act of 1976. The Irish government, of which I was a member, took the decision that further investigation and prosecution by An Garda Síochána of such historic offences was no longer warranted or justified by reason of the greater interest in ending the provisional campaign on all other political violence in Northern Ireland. And so, as far as the state was concerned, a line was drawn across the page of historic provisional IRA criminality in Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, we cannot support, our party will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to Brian and his party for bringing this motion. And on behalf of Sinn Féin, we support the motion, and we also support the sentiment that this needs to be centred on families and victims. right across the spectrum of people who have lost loved ones over the past period of the conflict. And it is very important that that should be at the centre of all of our thoughts at this time. Two fresh rulings in the courts over recent days on the McGurk's Bar massacre, and as we've already talked about in terms of the British Army killing of Derry Muller, Kathleen Thompson, exposes why the British government are hell-bent on securing an amnesty for its state forces and agents who've killed Irish citizens during the conflict here. Brandon Lewis and the Tories are pushing this legislation through against the wishes of primarily the victims and the families, political parties, and the Human Rights Commission. The British Government Legacy Bill, which in many people's views is a bill of shame, seeks to take control over all aspects of dealing with our past. As such, it is not independent and is in clear breach of their international human rights obligations, as I think Councillor Tierney has already pointed out. They are disregarding the Stormont House Agreement that they themselves negotiated with the Irish government and parties in 2014 and was widely consulted on with victims and survivors, which also provided mechanisms to deliver truth and justice in a human rights compliant manner. But this is yet another example of the British government making an agreement and breaking it, as we see now with the protocol and an international agreement with the EU. But much too important is the rights of families, and families across the board need to have access to truth and justice so that we can all move forward in reconciliation and healing. And this legislation does not provide for that. It discriminates, and the bill should be withdrawn completely and people back round a table and a return to providing truth and justice for all families. There's also, in terms of the families, a lot of whom are also obviously very angry at this in terms of their expectations haven't been built up, and now there's been a cruel breach of trust by the British government and by Brandon Lewis in bringing this forward. But also concerning...
Councillor Fleming, I'm going to have to ask you
no, I appreciate that, and my apologies, Mayor. It's obviously a subject with a lot of considerations to it, but also, and I would appeal to Councillor Tierney, we have put forward an amendment, and it comes out of speaking to families in recent times and their major concern, the fact that the Federation, the Policing Federation, have challenged a police ombudsperson report. This is a federation of current PSNI officers who are trying to defend the actions of the RUC as outlined in the Operation Greenwich report. And we would ask Councillor Tierney to accept our amendment, and obviously amendment going to the floor in terms of the importance that a statutory body that is there to investigate these and provide truth to people, and then hopefully justice as well, has been challenged by present day serving officers or those who represent them. So we think that we need to send a message out in relation to that, and I propose the amendment that I forwarded on earlier to the administration team.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming, and I appreciate that. And I see that Councillor Heaney has seconded the amendment in the chat box. So I thank them for that. I'm going to move to Alderman Thompson to see if he wishes to speak on the amendment, or does he want to hold his comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I will hold my comments until I hear if the amendment is going to be accepted.
Thank you, Alderman Thompson. Councillor Harkin, same question to yourself.
Happy to speak to both, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we earlier in the meeting we also commended the family and supporters of Kathleen Thompson for their decades of campaigning for truth and justice, and while they haven't fully received accountability for it, they've managed to pierce the wall of silence and lies, and we hope that all our families will be able to do that. And we very much stand in solidarity with all families that have suffered through the Troubles and victims who continue to demand and campaign for justice. And we're happy to support this motion that Councillor Tierney has brought forward. We don't believe that the British government has any interest in establishing the truth here, or in finding or in being held accountable for any of its actions across decades. And they'll do whatever they can to make sure that that the truth about what happened here and their involvement is buried. Hence the British government's attempt to rush this through against opposition from people on all sides right here. This is about the ruling elites in Britain doing what they've done for decades, in fact centuries, covering up their crimes that they commit overseas. But what they do overseas is what they do at home as well. You just look at what's happening with Grenfell Tower right now. You look at what happened with Hillsborough. It's the same thing. It's the British state, consecutive British governments over and over again, trying to make sure that people don't get access to the truth, and protecting their higher ups that have given the orders that have led to these crimes against humanity. So we're happy to support this. We would like to see this legislation completely pulled, and we're also we are also alarmed that the attempt by from what I heard at a protest the other day, which I think is what is in this amendment, that there's an attempt now to fund a legal challenge by RUC members for things that they were involved in this district. And I look forward to more of a discussion of this, because I don't think that Councillor Fleming got to fully explain this. But we would be happy to support this based on what we know about it already. But it probably needs a bit more presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chair, I don't think that, there is no mechanisms in this country for justice whilst the British state is in this country. Whilst I do understand families and I respect them, and struggling for justice, and we just look at the Thompson family today, and we look at families like Sammy Devaney and many, many more, and families on all sides. But I think what we have to remember, and what I'm stating as a Republican, I think we have to look at the cause of all this conflict, and it's British interference in this country. And whilst it may have changed, but in my opinion, it has just been updated. We've had successive British governments. They've been consistent in ignoring their international obligations when it comes to domestic expediency. They have a long history of perfidious album in Ireland. So why or how can we look to them for any semblance of justice in Ireland? There's no justice before the implementation of this bill, and there certainly won't be any justice whether it's implemented or not. The British have no consideration for European Convention on Human Rights. We look what they've done in Iraq. Millions of people died based on lies. So I do understand the sentiment. I do support families' right for justice and truth. I just think that whilst there's a British establishment in Ireland, it will never. It's absolutely no surprise that the PSNI have now come to the aid and attempt to, as it says here, do you know what I mean? They attempt to deny victims access. To me, as a Republican, it's not. So I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Tierney on the amendment. Yep.
Yes, please, Mayor. We have no issue with the amendment, and I hope Councillor Fleming realises that the motion was originally put on, obviously before some of these things actually came to light a few days ago. The motion, I hope, shows that we support, fully support families' access to truth and justice. And I think that that's what the amendment is doing also. So in that vein, Mayor, we have no issue with it. Anything that goes in the way of blocking access to the truth is wrong, should be challenged, and we have no issue with doing that. You know, how can you believe that the British government, current British government, want to get to the bottom of the truth, what happened here, whenever they're locking away files for 50 and 60 years and not allowing people access to them, in the hope that people die off and that families don't pick up the baton where previous generations have unfortunately left it. So we have no issue with the amendment. We're trying to allow and support families to get truth. It's my view that that's what the amendment is doing. So happy enough with it, Mayor, to be honest. And thanks to Councillor Fleming for adding it.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Alderman Thompson, you've come back in the chat box. Would you like to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Well, first and foremost, I think there's a number of issues, both with the original motion and now with the amendment. And I believe that there are none of this is in support of the innocent victims of the Troubles. And I believe that the innocent victims need truth and justice for the problems that have arisen throughout the Troubles. Over the past 25 years in Northern Ireland have been marked by corruption of justice in the name of peace and reconciliation. Shamefully, what began with the moral prisoner release schemes led to scant prison time for convicted terrorists and eventually to letters of comfort issued to so-called on-the-runs. Sadly, with the introduction of the Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Bill, the government has fallen into the trap of believing that it would be best to simply draw a line under the issue of legacy and move on. This is a position that has been universally rejected by innocent victims and their advocates, as well as all political parties in Northern Ireland. This is an affront to justice. The government's proposals would grant an amnesty to those responsible for some of the horrendous crimes throughout the Troubles. We have consistently opposed the Stormont House Agreement. Issues within the Stormont House Agreement, we have consistently opposed them as a party, and we will be opposing this bill throughout the House of Commons. There are a number of issues. I think if we consider that 10% of the murders in or the issues in Northern Ireland were caused by the so-called, or called by the British government or the forces of law and order, as considering that there were 60% of the murders caused by the Republican forces. And I think that those are statistics that would need to be highlighted rather than a letter going asking all MPs to follow and propose to support the Stormont House Agreement. I believe that there is an issue here where we must support all innocent victims. Innocent victims.
Alderman Thompson, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. There can be no moral equivalence between those who perpetrated violence and those who bring it, and for those who try to bring it to an end. The victims of wrongdoings must always have access to justice for the sufferings that they endured in the Troubles. And so I believe that the 90% of the troubles were delivered by terrorists, 60 of them by Republicans. So I believe now that we will not be supporting this motion or the amendment, and that will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Thompson. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. Earlier, Councillor Harkin referred to the wall of silence and lies from security personnel and the authorities. And I'm really echoing, I think, what Alderman Thompson has just said. Nobody is mentioning the wall of silence, lies, and historical whitewashing from the terrorist perpetrators of the vast majority of murders and maimings that occurred during that period known as the Troubles. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. And Councillor Jackson.
Gormagat, Mayor, and I know Councillor Fleming has outlined our support for the original motion, but in terms of the amendment, just to give a bit of context, there is a current legal challenge to a police ombudsman report, which highlights collusive behaviour by the RUC within our district, and the legal challenge is common. It's a joint challenge from the Retired Police Officers Association and the Police Federation. The Police Federation is a representative body of serving PSNI officers, and as a party, we've tabled this amendment because we think it's completely disgraceful that current police officers are standing in the way and trying to deny families truth, and that's and using the words of Eddie Fullerton's daughter at a protest the other day, is that the Police Federation is aligning itself with the RUC and why our current present day PSNA officers defending the indefensible. So it's in that context that this amendment was brought to this motion. And I know Councillor Fleming had time constraints and couldn't go into the detail, but I think that the undercurrent in all of this is that the actions of the Police Federation is having a serious impact in community confidence in the PSNI within our community. So the police ombudsman does need to answer these questions. So the police constable needs to answer these questions. So I would hope that our members would see that the amendment in that context and support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Councillor Jackson for that clarity because it was needed. I'm slightly disappointed, but not unexpected, that this debate had gone the way it had, and I was hoping it was going to be more victim-centred, with the sensitivities of the families from all sides, and all victims was included. And unfortunately, it has gone the way it was predicted to go, where we dragged up differing sides. But Mayor, I think we fully believe in full transparency, and we think that every victim and every family should have the full information on what happened to their loved ones. And I am only now hearing about this this report, and I understand you know yourself that being prepared with the information is something that I would love to have more time to do. I haven't read into the full legal challenge, so that's why I am thankful for Councillor Jackson for giving me a bit more context with it. But Mayor, as far as the motion, we fully support it. When it comes to the amendment, we're going to abstain for now until we can do our own kind of looking into it and seeing how we can offer support. But Mayor, hopefully people will vote in the thoughts of the victims' families and how they are hurting still to this day and looking for truth and justice.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, and I'll bring in Alderman Devaney on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. And just as our previous colleague, Alderman Thompson, spoke, we will not be supporting it. But I just want to come back in remarks to the previous speaker, Councillor Ferguson, who said that we were taking each side. I want to make it very, very clear. The DUP are here representing all innocent victims, no matter what side of the religious divide they come from. And when we talk about collusion, we see collusion with the RUC. And look, you know, when I read the books and read the news, I see what, you know, there were many members, quite a number of members of the IRA and Sinn Féin who were in collusion with the RUC when they were informing on their colleagues. And we know what, you know, understand what the IRA do with informers over the years. And look, at the end of the day, we have all often said it as a party. We condemn violence no matter where it comes from, one side or the other. It has to be condemned. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. With no further speakers, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us to a vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Mayor. Okay, members. Alderman Breslins.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Thompson. Alderman Thompson. Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For John.
Hello. Councillor Dobbins.
For John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Staying.
Sorry, could Alderman Thompson mute his mic, please?
Councillor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
Abstain.
Councillor Fleming.
For John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McGowan.
For John.
Councillor McHugh.
For John.
Councillor McKinney.
Abstain, John. Abstain.
Councillor Minnie.
For John.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For John.
Councillor Senoy Barr.
For John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Members, and I see Alderman Thompson has come in against. Any other members at this stage?
Councillor McGuire.
Councillor McGuire, yes.
For.
Thank you. Mayor, I've recorded 24 for, 8 against, and 3 abstentions, so the amendment passes.
Thank you, Chief Executive. That now becomes a substantive motion. I don't see anyone in the chat box looking to speak to the substantive motion. Councillor Boyle.
No, straightforward and simple. Mayor, could I ask for a formal recorded vote for the record, please, on the substantive motion?
Yes, thank you. Any further speakers on the substantive motion? Okay, over to you, Councillor Tierney, to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to those through their comments that have expressed support for this notice of motion. I suppose I'll start from the beginning around the Stormont House concerns that people have. We equally have concerns around Stormont House. It's far from perfect, but it is the process that we currently have. And while it may be far from perfect, it's a lot better than a complete amnesty for everyone who was involved and who was a perpetrator of murder on the streets of the North. But Mayor, I made an appeal to people in the opening remarks and asked that we could try and keep this and come to this motion with all victims at the forefront of our mind. It was never about trying to create a hierarchy of victims or anything like that. And Councillor Ferguson hit the nail on the head whenever she thought that people were going to come to this victim-centred and trying to support all victims. And that's what the motion was doing. As I said already, I have no issue in relation to the amendment. And I think the amendment ties in and gives us the most recent picture of where we are at in the fight for truth and justice for everyone who has been unfortunately impacted by the Troubles. I was completely shocked, I'm going to be honest, by the remarks from some people within the DUP who talked about consistently opposing this bill, voting against the bill in the House of Commons, have consistently voted against the bill in the House of Commons, in their quotes from DUP speakers this evening, but will not join with the rest of us to write to MPs to get them to join with DUP MPs in the House of Commons when they are consistently voting against this legislation. Mayor, I want to make it absolutely clear. I do not care whether you are wearing the uniform of the IRA or the British Army. If you caused murder and hurt and pain in the streets of the North throughout the conflict, if you have been involved in hiding the truth, denying justice to victims, then you should be brought before the courts, regardless of what organisation you claim to be a part of. That's what this motion's about. That's where we have to get. And that's, once we get there, that's the only way that we can work towards genuine and meaningful reconciliation. By not supporting this motion, you are not supporting all victims of the conflict. And that is a regrettable place for anyone to be in who claims they support victims or who claims that they want to support some victims and not other victims. This is about getting to the truth for everyone. And as I said already, you can't trust this British government whenever they're hiding files. They don't want the truth to come out because of their dark, dirty past. We want the truth to come out for, I'm finishing now, Mayor. We want the truth to come out for every single victim across our community who's been bereaved. And I would appeal to people before this vote is called, please reconsider and consistently oppose this bill by joining with the rest of us and voting against it and so getting MPs to vote against it in Westminster. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney, and I'll ask the Chief Executives to take us back through the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman President?
Against.
Alderman Devaney?
Against.
Alderman Guy?
Against.
Alderman Hussey?
Against.
Alderman Carrigan?
Against.
Alderman McCready?
Against.
Alderman Thompson? Alderman Quirk?
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr?
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr?
For.
Councillor John Boyle?
For.
Councillor Carr?
For John.
Councillor Dobbins?
For John.
Councillor Donnelly?
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle?
For.
Councillor Duffy?
For.
Councillor Edwards?
For.
Councillor Farrell?
For.
Councillor Ferguson?
For.
Councillor Fleming?
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher,
Abstain.
Councillor Harkin,
For.
Councillor Heaney,
For, John.
Councillor Jackson,
For John.
Councillor Kelly,
For.
Councillor Logue,
For.
Councillor McGowan,
For.
Councillor Maguire,
For, John.
Councillor McHugh,
For.
Councillor McKinney,
Abstain.
Councillor Mooney,
For.
Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Riley,
For, John.
Councillor Sinead Power,
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you. And recording against by Alderman Thompson. Thank you, members.
John, did you get mine?
Yes, I did. Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, I've recorded 20 for, 8 against, and 3 abstentions. So the substantive motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive. That motion has now passed. Well done, Councillor Tierney. So moving on to the next motion in the name of Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And can I take the motion as read and seek a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Mayor Rachel.
Sorry, Rachel, I think Councillor Harkin got there in the chat box just before you. So go ahead, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that it is no secret to anyone here, anyone outside of this council, that we are in a cost of living emergency. The people of this city are suffering from a rise in inflation that hasn't been seen in decades. People are worried about their gas, for example, going from its current price, which is astronomical, to a point where people will be paying £10 for 3 units. One of the focuses of this motion is to ensure that the support that is coming forward from the executive, always welcome, of course, focuses on all of the people based on the need for support. On recent times, we've seen £650 overall being given out from the British Treasury. Any input into people's pockets is welcome, but there were so many people who were excluded, either because they work or because they work and also claim benefits to top up their income. That there's a lot of anger out there now that people feel that for those who are working, for example, who have rising costs in food and fuel like everyone else, that they have been left behind. £15 billion has been spent by the British Treasury in terms of trying to plug the gap in the cost of living crisis that they have created by regressive policies over the last number of years. The only help that people right across the north have seen in recent times is a system where they could get a small number of units of electricity, where they had to jump through several hoops, and where the scheme itself almost collapsed a number of times. The £650 that's being offered now in 2 instalments doesn't and won't help everybody who needs it. Indeed, £650 right now will only get you around 300 litres of oil. What I'm seeking to do, and what Ainty are seeking to do through this motion, is to make ministers sit around the table and do what they can, because of course they are limited, because the DUP have walked out of the executive and out of Stormont. What we need to see is a very focused and organised process whereby everyone who is entitled to support because of the cost of living crisis, which touches everybody, receives that support. We can no longer just rely on government departments in Belfast or in London to assist those who are in receipt of benefits because they have their information. What we need to be doing, and what we need to be sending the message out to those stakeholders, is everyone here needs help. The economy will be in a worse position now than it has been in the last 12 years. It'll be worse in the winter, and we have a responsibility to reach out to ensure that every resource available to the executive at this time is focused on helping all of our constituents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Farrell?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. You're doing a great job. And thanks, Councillor Doyle, for the proposal. I find it bizarre, but that's not a criticism, that this is about the cost of living crisis and the lack of financial support. And we've completely ignored the elephant in the room, which is the DUP's boycott of the Assembly. There's £435 million gathering dust at Stormont that should be in people's pockets, but can't be spent because the DUP are refusing to go to work. There are literally hundreds of thousands of working people who've paid taxes all their lives, who are struggling to cope, who won't get a penny of support because the DUP are refusing to go to work. And in Britain, there is a universal £400 payment going to every household to provide support for energy bills. That can't be delivered here because we don't have a government, and we don't have a government because the DUP are refusing to go to work. And I remember the DUP's election manifesto, their infamous 5-point plan, where they specifically said that they were going to help working families. And these aren't our words, these are the words of the DUP. The DUP said there's a huge swathe of the community. Those in employment struggling with rising costs have been ignored. We don't believe this is fair, and we will champion support for those who are yet to receive the help they need. And guess what? That won't happen, and that can't happen because the DUP are refusing to go to work. The DUP is the problem here. The DUP is the blockage here. The DUP is actively preventing money getting into people's pockets. I've got an amendment, Mayor, so bear with me. We should write to the DUP leader, ask them to send his MLAs back to work so the 435 million that's lying dormant and Stormont can be put into people's pockets. And Mayor, I wouldn't normally agree with anything that Jeffrey Donaldson says, but he speaks sense on occasion. He spoke massive sense when he was in question time, and he was commenting on the last collapse of the executive between 2017 and 2020. And he said it is wrong in a democracy where one party can veto the establishment of government. That is not democracy. And he expanded. He said it is wrong to blackmail an entire community and say that you can't have a government until we get our own way. He's right. He's 100% right, but he needs to practice what he preaches. So I'm going to, yeah, and put it on the chat box. There you go. Thank you.
Just for clarity, Councillor Farrell, is that to go at the end of the current motion?
I mean, Mayor, at the end is fine. Yeah.
Apologies, Councillor Farrell. I can't accept that motion or that amendment at this time. That is already the stated position of council as was moved last month.
Can I just seek clarity on that? We have not written to Jeffrey Donaldson asking that his party return to the executive. We haven't done that. So
we had a motion last month where we called for the executive to be reformed, but I will seek further comment from the city solicitor.
Mayor, this is essentially the same request as you've outlined. There was a call from the council. This is essentially the same as that motion that came forward last month. Simply extending that call to the writing of one letter does not substantially or significantly materially change the stated position of the council that was adopted next month. And we shouldn't deal with same proposals within the last 6 months, or within a 6-month period.
Further clarity, Mayor. Have we written to Jeffrey Donaldson? Just a question, because I am asking, and we are asking, that we write specifically to Jeffrey Donaldson to ask his MLAs to return to work so the £435 million can be allocated. I don't see an issue with this at all.
Councillor Farrell, I'm afraid on advice, look, we can't accept it because it is too similar to the motion that was passed last month. But on the suggestion, sorry, John, can I finish speaking
Okay,
first?
fine, Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. But we can include a letter from the motion that was passed last month, but we can't accept this as it is too similar to the motion that was passed last month in terms of the reforming of the executive. John, if you wish to ask a question now, I will allow you in.
Well, I was simply going to, I suppose, reflect the fact that we were writing to an executive that didn't exist last month, and to the best of my knowledge, that executive, they're still not up and running, Mayor, and so therefore I think it entirely valid to write to the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party. He is not in the executive. There is none. There isn't one. There wasn't one. Pardon me, a wee bit of a frog in my throat. So, I mean, genuinely, I can't see how this could be ruled out of order, for want of a better way of putting it, Mayor. Genuinely don't see how that works.
But it has been ruled.
Yes, sorry, I'll chair the meeting, Paul. No, look, unfortunately, I'm not going to accept this amendment at this time as it is too similar to the motion that was passed at last month's meeting. It was only last month that we passed a very similar motion. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing this motion. I have a slight amendment that we feel strengthens the motion. I did send it through the committee section, and if that could be put on the screen now for members' consideration, and I do hope that it can be accepted. Thank you. Is it okay to go and speak now through the amendment?
Patricia, sorry, but it's the same issue as the last amendment. I can't accept it. Right.
I did put the amendment on it just after 8 o'clock this morning. It's a pity I'm only hearing that now.
Yeah, it's in relation to the fact that it is so similar to the motion that we did pass last month. I'm going to refer back to the City Solicitor for further advice.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. As you've outlined, it is effectively the same issue as was addressed in relation to the previous proposed amendment, that this duplicates, to all intents and purposes, the motion that was passed last month in relation to the re-establishment of the executive.
Thank you, Philip.
Okay, I'll accept that for now, but I would just like to say, I do wish that I had been informed of this before the meeting. But anyhow, we'll just go on because it has such an important motion. And I suppose the reason for my amendment, I have here my speaking notes, with we feel that this is a full executive issue, and it needs to be taken heed off, not just by certain departments, but the full executive. But that's our position, and I can't go on the motion now. But I just go on to say, look, we all know people are struggling, not just people on benefits, but people who have employment, who are also feeling the impact of rising costs on fuel, electric, food, toiletries, and clothes. The executive need to be formed in order to try to address this crisis. There's no justification for any parties to block the only avenue of help reaching those people and families in need. But for parties to sit around waiting for a British government who to date have been radio silent on the repeated requests to meet Brussels representatives on a protocol is unforgivable. People need help, and they need help right now. And representatives should be doing the right thing and help those people who voted to elect them into position. Thank you. We will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor Barr.
You, Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing the motion. Incomes, including social security benefits, have not kept up with the cost of living increases, and the exorbitant, unrealistic increases in cost of living expense has left more and more people financially vulnerable. And we all know ourselves from our roles as councillors just how vulnerable a lot of people have become. People in low paid jobs with children having to provide the basics such as food, electricity, oil, provide school uniforms, and other financial obligations for their children are struggling. I worked with the Strabane Community Project during the lockdown, and I see that firsthand how working families were struggling, and that was even before the cost of living increases really hit. So yes, as stated in the motion, financial support for all is now critical, and I'm happy to support the motion. And thank you again to Councillor Doyle for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing the motion. I think it's a motion that we need to have continually, that we need to keep raising this issue. We have so many people out there that are suffering. Yes, we've had a number of different schemes brought out to help some of the lower income families, but we do see the majority of our electorates, as Alderman Hussey would say, are struggling across the board, and that's the working poor. Again, it looks like we as councillors and we as council are having to step into that void because there is no executive, there is no functioning assembly. When there's money sitting there ready to go out, and there's plenty of MLAs waiting ready to go into the assembly and legislate to get that money out as quickly as possible. Mayor, I think we are quite lucky in the sense that our weather is quite mild, that we have lighter days at this moment in time, but we are fast approaching a dark, cold winter where our electricity bills are through the roof and where it's not even affordable for the average person to get oil. So I think now is the time for the Assembly and the Executive to get back up and running and get that much needed support out for everybody. So we Alliance are more than happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, we want to thank Councillor Doyle for bringing forward the motion, and we're happy to second it. And there can't be enough discussion here in our chamber about the cost of living crisis and about how it's impacting people. And we agree that the DUP should go back into government, and that right now they are holding society to ransom for their own self-serving, reckless reasons. But I don't think we should pretend, even if the DUP went back into government, that the executive or the assembly would begin to act with the urgency that we need to see around the cost of living crisis. The motion calls for the declaration of a hardship emergency. The executive, prior to it being shut down by the DUP, refused to call for a hardship emergency, and the executive's actions prior to the assembly being collapsed, it was inadequate. We voted in this council to say that the response by Stormont was criminally inadequate. So we can't pretend simply by getting Stormont up and running that the 430 million will go out directly to help people. It should, but I don't think we can guarantee it. So I want to have a discussion too about what the restored executive will do. But the thing is, working people who haven't had a bit of help from Stormont or Westminster are not sitting around now waiting for executive parties to go back in. They're taking strike action. That's what the rally was about up at Stormont on Saturday. Thousands of trade unionists from across the north saying that they're strike ready. That's where you're going to see more and more workers now going on strike for cost of living pay increases because of the failure of Westminster, because of the failure of Stormont to do anything, including price caps, profit caps, or actually act in a way that protects the vast majority of ordinary people. While big corporations are making tremendous amounts of money, and we're seeing them rewarding the tops at their companies with outrageous pay raises in a cost of living crisis. So we support the motion, and we support doing anything we can right now, even with caretaker ministers, to squeeze out money in whatever way possible to help people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin and Councillor Tierney.
Mayor, thank you for bringing me in, and I'll be brief. Councillor Farrell has already outlined our position on this motion, and in his remarks, he said that the DUP is the problem, and that's the reality. The biggest issue facing our people right now is the cost of living crisis, and if people don't know that, then they're living in cloud cuckoo land. It's the biggest thing facing people, and they need help. They need help from us, and the best way that we can offer that help is by getting an executive formed and getting that money, 400 million plus, that's lying in Stormont, out to people. Last month, we debated a motion which you describe as similar to our amendment, but our amendment was very careful. It had a completely different ask. The ask was to write this letter to the leader of the DUP, write the letter to the leader of the problem. That's not what last month's amendment or last month's motion was doing. So my question is, if we can't now call for a restoration or formation of a government because we debated that last month, and that is already the call that has gone out, when can we do it? Because if it's under our standing orders and it's 6 months' time, Mayor, I have something to tell you. Our people can't wait for 6 months. We need to put as much pressure as we can on the DUP. They need to hear from this city and district that people can't wait. Can't wait 6 months. It needs to happen now. So if we can't debate this for 6 months, who and what do we tell people is responsible for them not getting help? Because we can't sit in our hands and do nothing for 6 months. Thank you. And that's a question, Mayor, and I would like that answered, please.
Councillor Tierney, thank you. And I'd bring in the City Solicitor in relation to that at the end, but I'd bring in Councillor Jackson now.
Mayor, and I want to refer back to the amendment that Councillor Logue had posed and previously submitted, and I want to resubmit the final paragraph. I can completely understand your ruling in relation to the calling on the DUP to end their boycott of the executive, but and I can also share Councillor Tierney's frustrations because it is something that is raised consistently with us around the frustration on the ground. I know from speaking on the waterside from people who would be traditional DUP supporters are disgusted at the the stance that's been taken they try and block support getting the people in a time of crisis. But I want to pose the second paragraph if we can move that on, please.
Okay, we'll get that on
we get it
screen.
on the screen? Thank you. Thank you. Apologies for that. Can I get clarification if that amendment is acceptable?
Yes, Christopher, thank you very much. That we will accept that amendment, and I see that Councillor Heaney has seconded it in the chat box. So,
okay, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Councillor Logue has outlined the rationale behind it, but just to re-emphasise, we fully support the declaration of a hardship emergency. But to declare an emergency and have a narrow focus, I think is counterproductive. Every arm of government needs to be on emergency mode. They try and provide support to those that need it. We as a council need to be on that emergency mode as well. They support people through a cost of living crisis. So they target and focus on two departments. I feel is taken away from the declaration of an emergency. So that's the rationale from the amendment from our party. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman Kerrigan, would you like to speak on the amendment, or would you like to wait?
I'll wait a wee minute, Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay. Councillor Farrell, would you like to seek your clarity at this stage?
Mayor, and thanks for letting me back on again. Obviously, I respect your ruling as chair, and that's fine, but I have a query. So I've looked at the motion that was passed last month, and it doesn't say we've called for the democratic outcome of the election to be respected. We've called for the executive to be formed. But I'm asking a question. Did we write to anybody? Because it doesn't mention right in that motion. And I know on occasion before, and Councillor Harkin will probably remember, where he was told that one of his motions that called for something didn't result in any sort of outcome coming from council because it didn't specifically mention right. So I am asking, did we write to anybody? And if not, why can we not write to the DUP leader? Thank you.
Okay, we did not write to anybody on the back of that motion. You're absolutely correct. We did call for the restoration of the executive. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, The city solicitor had made the ruling that it was very similar to the motion that was passed. I accepted that and I made that ruling on that basis. So the ruling has been made in relation to the amendment that you brought. So I accept your query and that's where we're standing at this minute in time. But we have an amendment in front of us that we are going to debate. Okay, Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Much appreciated, Mayor. And I suppose just very, very briefly, all of the things that Patricia and Rory and Brian had mentioned, I had it on the motion, and the city solicitor myself had a conversation to remove it. I just want to make very clear, just on the basis of the amendment, whenever I didn't include communities in finance because they're held by a specific party, for example. It was looking on the basis of who had administered schemes before, given that departments cannot now do anything new. They can only operate on the basis of schemes that have already been in place. So I don't want people to think that that was a political call in any way. Other than that, I have no issue with the amendment. I think it's very clear that we have to widen this out. And in terms of, look, I mean, I was going to mention this in terms of winding up, but I spoke to a number of people in certain organisations that support people about this motion. And the one thing they said was, look, Emmett, it's all great putting this motion on the council, but if it turns into a political football, and the only thing people want to talk about is the fact that the DUP won't go under the executive, it's going to be just wiped across as a political motion. What we need to be doing is working together the same way we're doing with the Hardship Fund, and that's just something to note. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle, and I'll go back to Alderman Kerrigan. Would you like to wait until we vote on this amendment?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, there was a query or a question to the city solicitor from Councillor Tierney. I'll pass over to the city solicitor and then we will take a vote on the amendment.
Yeah, Mayor, just happy to refer members to Standing Order 24, which advises members of the procedures that are required in order to address a motion which has already been passed within the previous 6 months.
Thank you, the city solicitor. I'll ask the chief executive now to take us through the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin?
Against.
Alderman Devaney?
Against.
Alderman Guy?
For.
Alderman Hussey?
For.
Alderman Carrigan?
Sorry, against, John.
Alderman McCready? Alderman Thompson? Alderman Wark?
For.
Councillor Jason Barr?
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr?
For.
Councillor John Boyle?
I'm for, and can we CC in the leader of the DUP as well, please?
Councillor Carr?
For, John.
Councillor Dobbins?
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly?
For.
Councillor Doyle?
For.
Councillor Duffy?
For.
Councillor Edwards?
For.
Councillor Farrell?
For.
Councillor Ferguson?
For.
Councillor Fleming?
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher?
For.
Councillor Harkin?
For.
Councillor Heaney?
For, John.
Councillor Jackson?
For.
Councillor Kelly?
For.
Councillor Logue?
For, John.
Councillor McGowan?
For, John.
Councillor McGuire?
For.
Councillor McHugh?
Or.
Councillor McKinney?
For. For, John.
Councillor Mooney?
For, John.
Councillor O'Neill?
For.
Councillor Riley?
For, John.
Councillor Senoy Barr?
For.
Councillor Tierney?
For, John.
Just recording Alderman Thompson coming in there against. I've recorded 34 and 4 against. So the amendment passes.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So we have the substantive motion now in front of us. Okay, I see that Alderman Thompson has an issue with his sound. Okay, moving on, I have Alderman Kerrigan, who is going to speak to the substantive motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and thank you for being patient with me there. And Mayor, I do apologise because I try myself not to go too party political, because I don't feel that council is, I'd be minded we're all here trying to do the best we can for the people we represent, but other members have made it party political. So but the cost of living has been raised. Mayor, I would have been broadly in favour of Councillor Doyle's motion at the start. Cost of living affects everybody. It's worldwide here. I was looking at inflation rates, and the inflation rate that's based here. And I mean, when you're looking at inflation rates throughout the world, you're looking at 60% in Argentina, you're looking at 73% in Turkey. So there's and the majority of the, if you want to call it, the Western economies are all badly affected with the inflation, and it is causing real difficulties. But there is a lack of support, and I agree there's a lack of support for working families, and it has been touched upon, and I'm sure we're all getting it, is there's a working poor there, where maybe there's couples there or families together, and there are two, the husband and wife or whatever makeup it is, that they're both working, maybe one part-time, and they're having difficulties. They are getting real problems to make ends meet, paying their own mortgage and paying for this and the other, and the amount of things that that has been put out there that I have shared and contacted people about, and say that doesn't apply to us because we're working. Or various that. So there's a number of people that are being missed here, and yes, I do agree in the case that the money is one thing, and providing money is one thing, but a wee phrase I don't really like the phrase, but it is that reference, if you feed a man, or but then if you teach him how to fish, it's a case of we've got to try to do something about these costs, and it's the energy costs and various things like that. We've got to try to get more of an emphasis there, that we can deal with these large energy providers and that, because that seems to be a big impact that's happening everybody. So it's all right firing money at the problem, but that money will be spent, and once you get into the winter, we'll be back in the same boat. So we have that, but as has been stated there, and I'll be very brief, Mayor, it has stated there that now it's all the ministers, and that's fair enough, because I was going to state, and I do see where Councillor Doyle was coming from in regard to the DFC minister and the Department of Finance minister, because they had dealt with previous funding streams. But I mean, we do see, and I'll use him as an example, Minister Swan has been able to do various things there through his own budget. So ministers can act on their own here. But sorry, Mayor, very briefly here, we've got a bit of a bash in there. My own party has, and but I mean, I don't know why it's surprising, because the Democratic Unionist Party stuck to their manifesto. We stated we wouldn't go into an
Alderman Kerrigan, I'm going to have to ask you to bring your comments.
I will very briefly now, but Mayor, just on it there, I do notice there one of the comments from Councillor Farr that MLAs must only work when they're in Stormont. Maybe that's the SDLP MLAs, but I know my own MLA, Tom Buchanan's an exceptionally busy office. But so as to say, I hear him pushing that the right to get people back in Stormont. But no, Mayor, at this stage here, that's my comments at the end. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan, and I'll refer back to Councillor Doyle now to sum up, as there's no further speakers in the chat box.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate your brevity. Look, I could have brought a very political motion here, and we could have all jumped on, and people outside would have been saying, "There they go again." What people want to see is us working together when it comes to things, I guess. And I can understand. Look, nothing that anyone has said here today is untrue. But look, I went over the last 2 months. There's 2 cases that I've dealt with that have jumped out at me, and Mayor, if you'll give me a wee bit of brevity, I'll try and tell people as much as I can about them. One was a lady who's recently started to get her pension. She lives on her own. Her family don't live in the city. and I went down to her house, and she was in a terrible state. She was a week away from getting her pension. She had no money, and there was 2 tins of peaches in her cupboards, and that was it. And she was terrified to tell her family. On the other hand, another family in Chantal that I visited just last week, 2 people working in the house, but because their cost of living has gone up so much with their home heating oil, the insurance for their car, and the price of food, they were now down to £8.40 at the end of the month. All of those people deserve as much support as we can give them. I have no doubt that every single one of us would want them to have as much support as they can get. And as much as it's easy for us to have a political conversation about this, there are people out there who genuinely need our help. And there are people in Stormont and people in the executive who genuinely want to get that help out to them. This is an opportunity for us to focus minds by declaring this emergency. I want to thank everybody who spoke. We have our differences, but I don't think that anyone, whether they live in Castlederg or in Craigan or anywhere else, sees a difference when it comes to their pay packets or their incomes at the end of the month. They want us to be able to help them, and that's what this is about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. And before we move to vote, just checking if anybody intends to change their vote this time around, or does the same voting pattern stand? Declare now if you're going to change your vote. Nope. Okay, well, we'll take it as the same as the last vote, which was 34, 4 against.
Mayor,
Sorry, Councillor Tierney.
yeah, Mayor, can I just point out that we reluctantly won't be changing our vote. We would have preferred that the letter had been going to the DUP leader, but given your ruling, which we disagree with but accept, we will be supporting this motion, but would have preferred that we got to the crux of the problem.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
You're welcome.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Tierney. So the motion in the name of Councillor Doyle passes. It's now 10 to 8. We normally take a break at 8. So instead of moving on to the next motion, which is Councillor Sanu Var's motion, which will probably take some debate, we will pause for 20 minutes. So we'll be back here at 10 past 8. So thank you for your patience. And when we return, we can reassess things again at 10 o'clock because we still do have quite a bit of business to get through. So thank you for your patience.
Ms. Graham, Mayor, thank you very much. Aye, both green, aye. I just went green now.
It goes, all right.
I'm in a council meeting, love. Look. Oh my God. You're always busy. I'm even sitting here. I'm so tired. They're coming next, and I'll be the one.
Lillian, you're off mic, Lillian.
Your mic's on.
Welcome back, members. I'm going to move straight on to the motion now by Councillor Sonoy Barr. So Lillian, if you're on the call.
Thanks, Mayor, and I will take the motion as read.
And I see Councillor Tierney has seconded it in the chat box, so go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. May I start by wishing you the very best of luck in your term. You're already doing a fantastic job. Mayor, while not ideal, the protocol currently represents the only available protection for Northern Ireland from the worst impacts of Brexit negotiated by Boris Johnson. Like many people, it is not easy to understand what the protocol is all about, and that is why it is so important for us here in Northern Ireland to talk about it. So I will attempt to share my understanding of what it is about. The protocol is the part of the EU withdrawal agreement, which keeps Northern Ireland inside the European Union single market for goods and prevent a hard border on the island of Ireland. The key advantage of the protocol is that it permits seamless trade in both directions between Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and the 27 countries of the European Union, and also allows our exporters unfettered access to the UK market. Northern Ireland exporters have the best of both worlds: smooth, frictionless trade with both the EU 27 states and the UK internal market. I acknowledge that there are some issues which have been identified in recent months, but it is true to say that we are the only region of the UK which has its privileges. In contrast, companies in England, Scotland, and Wales wishing to export to the EU face a mountain of paperwork and bureaucratic procedures, which creates additional cost and imposes severe delays at all these issues. I accept that the protocol also means checks on some goods, particularly food arriving from Britain, but most people support the protocol. An opinion poll published yesterday clearly shows that 55% of people in Northern Ireland agree that the protocol is a suitable arrangement for managing the impact of Brexit here. Businesses are in favor of the protocol, and it gives them a competitive advantage over Britain. In fact, Michael Bell, the executive director of the Northern Ireland Food and Drink, said the protocol has been vital to ensuring continuity of trade in goods across the island of Ireland and between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. For a majority of their members, he said, the protocol is working. For a minority, there have been issues. Simply scrapping the protocol would set us back. Similarly, the executive director of the Northern Ireland Meat Exporters Association also said that the protocol, an effective and workable platform for trade between these islands and beyond. It provides significant benefits relative to other UK and EU regions, and our members are anxious that those benefits are protected. Mayor, members will be aware that the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill received its second reading in the Westminster on Monday. If it becomes law, the bill will unilaterally remove checks on goods and animals and plants products traveling from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. Effectively, it will destroy the protocol and the advantages which go with it. The UK government attempts to destroy the protocol cannot be allowed to proceed against the wish of Northern Ireland people. The impact will be catastrophic. Businesses have been clear that they want to retain the benefits of the protocol, and senior politicians have warned about the damage this legislation will cause. And it is time Boris Johnson and his government wake up and listen. As I conclude, Mayor, given the importance of the protocol in supporting our local economy, protecting jobs, and providing opportunities for growth in years to come, we should all work together and call for both the EU and the British government to get back to the negotiation table. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Lillian. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Alliance remains a strong pro-European party. There's no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit, either for the UK or Northern Ireland in particular. We therefore always will advocate to rejoin the EU at the earliest opportunity. The protocol isn't perfect. The protocol is an inevitable consequence of the UK government choices around Brexit. It's something that gives our business community the security in which it needs. We believe very much that we should be around the table trying to find the solutions to the issues that people are facing, but the majority of business people that I've been speaking with have found alternative ways to maximise within the protocol. That is why we are more than happy to support Councillor Sione Barr's motion today, and we're happy to vote for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you for letting me in, Mayor. Listen, I fully support the motion. The sentiment of it's spot on. I could quote figures and facts, but the reality of it is, as I walk around Derry, and I talk to business people every single week. Yes, there is a problem if you're bringing stuff in from GB. There's no issue. No one's denying that. But I've yet to find a business that wants it scrapped. And to scrap the protocol in this district area will create a border in this island, which will back up traffic right across this city, destroy jobs and livelihood. Lillian's right. You know, we've got to protect the protocol. If we don't, we just write off the economy. And it's really the double speak of the British government here. I was asked to go to a meeting. We weren't allowed to do any publicity. It was a British minister, and I was frightened leaving the meeting. The level of disconnect, the complete lack of knowledge of this part of the world was incredible from a minister that you see on the front bench. When you put up the facts, they were just cast aside. We're in strange times. It nearly borders on North Korea propaganda. The reality is, there's figures out today. Anyone can look at them. Trade is up, jobs is up. We have a very tight employment market, and manufacturing's up 13 or 14%. So it's working, and we need to protect it. But we also need to bear in mind that companies that are struggling to get product in from GB, we really need to fix that. Call the green lane, call it a fast lane, but you do that by talking. And the British government just attempting to tear up an agreement. And everyone, I believe most members know that this court case that they will take up, they will lose. And every barrister and every lawyer in the UK and Ireland and Europe is saying that on every television programme we watch. We can't afford this. We're struggling as a region, we're struggling in this part of the island. But the economy is starting to do well for the first time ever. So I fully support the motion. And I'm just worried that the British government are talking about consent. The business community have the consent for the protocol. The majority of citizens here have the consent. I want everybody to agree. So let's fix what's wrong with it and not allow it to be cast aside by Boris Johnson and the Tories. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor. People Before Profit will be supporting this motion. As the last speaker says, both the Tories and also the DUP have used the protocol in a self-serving way, really. The DUP don't have a democratic mandate in their attempt to overturn the protocol, and the Tories are rowing right in behind them to break international law, showing just complete and utter contempt for people here. Nobody's saying the protocol is perfect, but the majority of people do support it, and any problem with the protocol just should be negotiated with the EU and the British government. So we're happy to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, as a unionist and the Ulster Unionist Party, we won't be supporting this motion, or we are opposed to the protocol. Protocol damages the Belfast Agreement. It places a border in the Irish Sea. And those nationalists who oppose the hard border in the island of Ireland should have no difficulty understanding why unionists cannot accept an internal border within the United Kingdom. That is to say, we don't want to see a border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland either. We just want this here problem sorted. The UK government, whilst Let's be honest. I find it hard as a unionist even to trust them and their measures and what they're doing these days. But it has been negotiating, but it's getting nowhere with a stubborn EU. We are the pawn that's find ourselves in the middle of this here, and we are the ones being most affected by it. An estimated 80% of UK trade is with GB. Why would anyone support a measure that made it harder to trade within the rest of the UK? There's no doubt businesses are profiting, but others are struggling. And it is time when indefinite grace periods are protecting those struggling from the worst of it. The protocol is not written on tablets of stone, and it can and must be changed. The EU has already accepted it got it wrong and seeking to include medicines with it. So let's see the EU move again. Let's see an agreement reached. The Ulster Unionist Party opposes this protocol, and we oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I've had a look through this motion and looking at it. I don't actually see what's in it. The only thing that I can see is around condemning the UK government. And if that's it, I'd be happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor. That was short and sweet from the previous man. If it's anything to do with rock the UK, let's support it. But Mayor, back to reality, and it'll come as no strange issue to everyone that we will not be supporting this notice of motion coming forward to here. But it is good to hear some people say that there are problems. And yes, some people are saying some are profiting, but many are not profiting. They are suffering because of the protocol. And you know, we aren't even in the worst stage of it yet, Mayor. We're only in the grace period. And I have listened to many other parties around this room and independents promoting a hard Brexit. Just wait. You know, I would like to have seen the situation, and I hope we never get into it, is when the hard Brexit hits us. And we, you know, when we look back over the period of time, it has been very, very difficult for many, many businesses out there. And yes, people will say that the majority of MPs and MLAs in support of the protocol. But I would beg the question, ask those who say that, how many unionist MLAs or MPs support the protocol? And I think that's where you get your answer. And, you know, we talk about the Good Friday Agreement, Belfast Agreement. I've said it before. It has been built on two pillars, that we have agreement between each community, unionists and nationalists. And very, very clearly here, there are no unionists supporting this issue. And Mayor, you know, we talk about mandates. We stood on a mandate. We got a mandate regarding the protocol. And as I said before, our party leader warned of the issues. And I hear the SDLP lament that DUP must be the only party name on their tongue at the moment, while there are other parties who don't support the protocol. But you know, the SDLP got their mandate as well at the last election. I think if I'm right in saying down 48, I think that's, you know, that tells its own story for the SDLP. So I can understand why they are very, very critical. But Mayor, you know, at the end of the day, we will not be supporting the notice of motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. And I wasn't going to speak on this because I think it's a great motion and I have no problem supporting it. But what I would say to, you know, responding respectfully to Morris is it's very clear who supports and who does not support the protocol. Now, I haven't heard one business person in this entire district come out in any way, shape, or form and say that their business has lost jobs or that they are relying on government support now because of the protocol. And I would challenge them, honestly now, and I do mean this most respectfully. If he is being told by business people in this city and district that that is the case, that they have lost jobs, or that their profits are down as a result of the protocol, and it's very clear that it's because of the protocol, let's hear from them, because I haven't heard from anybody. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I have no further speakers in the chat box, so Councillor Snowy Bar, if you would like to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be very brief. Can I start by thanking everyone who have spoken in favor of this motion? Because, Mayor, every single person here have always acknowledged that there's a number of issues that remain unresolved from the protocol, but the solution to that will not be found by breaching international law or staying out of government. And I'm not going to get involved in political bowling here. We need to see the UK government get back around the negotiating table with the EU in a constructive manner and resolve all the issues so that we can continue to enjoy the benefit of the protocol. And everyone who have spoken is right. Every single business we have spoken to, no one has said that the actual, particularly in this town, no one has said that the protocol impact on their businesses. Mayor, there is a survey which was conducted by Manufacturing Northern Ireland, and this survey sought views on the operation of the protocol during the first year. It concluded that many farms are increasingly grasping opportunities presented by the Northern Ireland's unique status by picking up more business in GB and in the EU. That is what this Tory government wants to destroy, supported by the DUP. The European Commission, the Vice President said the protocol is a cornerstone of the withdrawal agreement. It is an international agreement. Its renegotiation is not an option. However, the EU has also stated that they are willing to get back to the table to find a solution, a workable solution to any single problem that exists within this protocol. So the EU have also confirmed that Northern Ireland farms will almost certainly lose access to the EU single market if Boris Johnson's bill to tear up much of the Northern Ireland Protocol becomes law. Is this what we want? Because if this happens, the consequences will be devastating for us all. So I hope that those who do not want to support the protocol reflect, because it affects their own voters and their own communities that they want to protect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Snowy Bar. I'll ask the Chief Executive now to take us through a vote. Thank you.
Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McCready. Alderman Thompson.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Or.
Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Dobbins.
Or John.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Is that Councillor Carr? Yeah, and I got, thank you, and I have yours as well, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle.
Or.
Councillor Duffy.
Or.
Councillor Edwards.
Or.
Councillor Farrell.
Or.
Councillor Ferguson.
For John.
Councillor Fleming.
Or John.
Councillor Gallagher.
Or.
Councillor Harkin.
Or.
Councillor thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Or John.
Councillor Jackson.
Or John.
Councillor Kelly.
Or John.
Councillor Logue.
Or.
Councillor McGowan.
Or John.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
Or.
Councillor McKinney.
Or John. For.
Councillor Mooney.
Or John.
Councillor O'Neill.
Or.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Snowy Barr.
Or.
Councillor Tierney.
Or John.
Thank you, members. Mayor has recorded 25 for, 5 against, and 1 abstention, so the motion passes.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and well done, Lillian, on the motion. Moving on to the next motion in the name of Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor.
I see Councillor Dobbins has seconded the motion in the group chat.
Yep. Thank you. Mayor, over my term here in Council, I've begun to learn how much we don't know yet about children and adults who have autism or are neurodivergent. Autism NI report that 1 in 21 children have a diagnosis of autism, and that isn't including the vast amount of children who are still waiting for their diagnosis. There are differing levels in how autism can affect a person's life. Around 25% of children with autism have special educational needs. I'm hoping we can help make our access to our council facilities more welcome to these children and adults. When I spoke with Sarah, who runs Autistic Alley's social media, and how a day in life looks for her, she told me about simple changes that would make a huge difference to someone who is neurodivergent and families of people who are neurodivergent. She tells me about a system that they use called PECS. PECS is a picture exchange communication, and how they use that to create a conversation and to communicate with their children, to create structure to their day and prepare for new experiences. But it can't be taken into places like our swimming pools. PECS is a way in which they use pictures to identify simple things like a bathroom or a storage room. So this limits how much independence parents can give their children in new venues. Some children use pictures to communicate and can't understand that some doors without these pictures aren't places that they shouldn't be going to. It's like I said before, it's like identifying if it's a bathroom or a storage room. There are no pictures to identify who is a safe person to approach if they were to be separated from or who they are. There's no pictures for them to be able to try and communicate whenever they do get separated from the people that they're with. Mayor, there's another way of also understanding on how we can do simple videos with a camera, with our media team, with our mobile phones to identify what our buildings look like inside and out and what our staff look like. We are seeing more and more late diagnosis when it comes to autism, and these simple tricks help so many people to try and prepare for a new visit. I know the Western Trust do it with certain aspects. They will show you a video of entering for an appointment, and they will show you the staff in the uniform that you're going to see. Mayor, with the late diagnosis, what we're also seeing is that we're seeing a lot of late diagnosis in women as they present differently, and it would be great to have information from the likes of the National Autistic Society, Autism and I, and Autistic Alley, as well as Jude, who I know has opened the new autism room within St. Joseph's, and ways in which that we could be more inclusive. Because I know one of the things that Sarah said to me was equality isn't necessarily representative in being inclusive. It's about that equity. It's about making these different changes so that people who come to our facilities, whether it's a Guildhall or whether it's one of our leisure centres, they have ways in which they can identify things and ways in which they can communicate. So I ask today that members support my motion and we bring the people with lived experience in to explain how we can find easier ways to become more inclusive in our city and district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to thank Rachel for bringing this motion forward. Any measure that increases both young and even the elderly people's confidence or independence will in turn open up all possibilities. We already have a popular cinema that provides specific matinee time for organisations devoted to children and young people with autism. I know of a group that uses a community facility to integrate the young and the old, all with special needs, and are now an accomplished choir and an acclaimed acting troupe. Former motions to council promoting, for instance, the Jan card is now a national emblem recognised to assist consideration for those with special needs. As a former Derry City Council disability advocate, I was so proud that Derry City and Strabane District Council took up the reins and that one of our major retail buildings, Foyside, finally opened its new sensory unit, and it is wholly appreciated by parents of autistic children. As Deputy Mayor, I was privileged to attend, along with other councillors, the launch of the autism unit at St Joseph's Secondary School in Craigan last week. So I would like to add an addendum to a very worthy motion, and I'll put it, have it on the chat here. If I could have that added between the second and third paragraph, I'm hoping that Rachel will accept that.
Absolutely, Mayor. I'm happy to second it, and I just declare that a newly member to the EA board.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dobbins, have you a seconder for the amendment? I'm assuming, Rachel, you are seconding it, if you're happy enough?
Yeah, I'm happy to second
Yeah.
it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Heaney, would you like to speak to the entire motion, including the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll do both. And like the Deputy Mayor, I would like to commend Councillor Ferguson for bringing forward this motion. It brings very practical and positive solutions to some of the issues that she spoke about. So I just want to confirm that our party will be supporting the amendment and the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Rachel, as always, for bringing a fantastic motion before us. I don't know whether I should, but I will declare an interest in that Sarah, that Rachel referred to, is my other half's sister, and does fantastic work. And in terms of, I have to say, to single out a few people, even in our own council, some of the staff that we have with regards to diversity and equality have been absolutely fantastic. I've had conversations with staff around quality marks, for example, for the Tower Museum. And that's something that I believe is actual council policy before my time, to ensure that our open spaces that are accessible to the public, in terms of public services, are all accredited in that way. I also have to say that we're certainly doing a lot better than we have been doing with regards to large events. I know that when your predecessor was in office, Mayor, I contacted him a few times with regards to quiet rooms and things like that. Whenever St. Patrick's Day, for example, was on, and all those things had been already thought of in terms of officer planning. So we are getting there. There's always more that we can be doing. And certainly no problem supporting the motion whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor O'Neill?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Ferguson for bringing forward the motion. I think we've so much to learn from neurodivergent people, and I want to commend all those who have been educating on and campaigning for neurodivergent inclusive spaces. And I think this has real potential to make places more accessible for a lot of people. And any time that we have taken a measure to improve accessibility and look at adaptations for people with disabilities, it's always been a huge success. With regards to the amendment, I did visit the new autism unit in St Joe's there last week, and it was just brilliant to see what an impact it's made for the neurodivergent pupils at that school. And I think when we design and develop services, events, or spaces, this needs to be at the forefront of our minds rather than an afterthought. And it's great to hear that is happening. But that is definitely where we need to get there. Because at the end of the day, it's society that disables people. It's how we design our places, our communities, our services that disables people rather than the disability that someone lives with. So we're people before profit are happy to support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I would like to commend Councillor Ferguson for bringing this motion. You know, autism seems to be very prevalent in and around the city and district. There's a lot of people, you know, having to deal with it, and a lot of families having to deal with family members who are on the spectrum. I think, you know, anything we can do to help that situation or educate people about that situation, because there's no two cases that are the same. There's no one size fits all. And it's only by going to talks and reading up on it that you become aware of that. There is an issue, and I think Councillor Dobbins' amendment really adds to the motion, because you know, last year I had at least 5 parents and guardians who approached me about, you know, their children who, despite having been stipended, hadn't got a place until the very last minute, and you know, in a school that specializes with or maybe has a you know, a unit. And this year, you know, it seems to be a bit better, but I think, you know, when that happens, it's very difficult to deal with for the child who has autism and for the parents. So anything we can do to help alleviate this and our matters has to be you know, it has to be welcomed. And again, I'd like to thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and just kind of commend Councillor Ferguson for bringing this notice motion forward. The DEP has no problem in supporting the motion and the amendment. To be honest, I think the amendment really strengthens the motion, so it is, because EA have a vital role to play as well in this. And look, you know, our party is always very supportive of, you know, the well-being, promoting the well-being of those with disabilities, or, you know, those with special needs. And here tonight we're talking about those who are neurodivergent. And look, we're talking about access to our facilities. I think it's important that our facilities are available to all those who have different disabilities, and it is a very good motion. Mayor, just to finish on, well done, Councillor Ferguson. The DEP have no problem with supporting it.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. I've no further speakers, but before I bring Rachel in to sum up, I would just like to also congratulate her on the motion. I recently was able to attend by Jude, and Sarah was there as well, so I had an opportunity to talk to them in relation to what their views were and what we should be doing, and it was eye-opening and really informative. So everybody should have that opportunity to see what needs to be done and what can be put in place from the perspective of somebody who's in that situation. I also would like to just tell people that we do have facilities that are going to be in place around the Maritime Festival. We're here in the Guildhall. There will be a room with sensory equipment and stuff there. So hopefully closer to the time, we'll be able to do some press in relation to that. So congratulations to Rachel for bringing the motion. So Councillor Ferguson, if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who is supporting the motion. Again, I think that I started off with saying that I'm learning so much over my term here. When I started off, the diagnosis of autism was completely different from what it is now, and we're finding that there's different levels, and we're actually finding that there's a family history. Sarah, for example, learned of her own autism through her daughter's diagnosis and the different levels there. So there's always something to learn, and I know our council accessibility team have been amazing and the work that we've done previously, but I think it would be good just to have the likes of the people who have this lived experience come in and tell us, and like I said, could be the smallest thing. So I really appreciate your kind comments. I can't take any credit for it apart from raising the issue. It's coming from these amazing groups, and thank you all for supporting it. And also happy to raise thanks to Angela for giving me the heads up about the amendment. I will also raise this on my capacity in the EA board, but I think it'd be good coming from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, and that, and just reading John's comments there. Yep, absolutely. Just on that, I don't hear anyone speaking against the motion, so I will assume that it is unanimous. Yep, okay, unanimous. Well done, Rachel. Moving on now to the motion from Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks. Can I have the motion as read?
Yeah, and I see that Councillor Harkin is in the chat box to second. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks. So I think we've discussed rail and the expansion of the railway quite a lot in this council, even the short time that I've been here. And I know that this council is committed to the expansion of rail, particularly with our participation in the All Ireland Strategic Rail Review. And with regards to this particular issue, you know, we know that the planning committee had originally rejected this application, but unfortunately the former railway track bed wasn't listed amongst reasons for refusal from our planning department. But you know, when we look at this site where Clanmill are proposing to develop, it's a vital site to continue rail south from the waterside station. And building new homes here would make the possibility of a railway line from Derry to Strabane or even to Letterkenny ever returning makes it a lot more unlikely. And you know, our Derry to Strabane railway, that would then connect us to the old Dublin route, which would just be a game changer for the Northwest. And you know, council have a good relationship with Into the West. A declaration of interest, sorry, as a member of Into the West as well. But Into the West have been working with council officers and DFI, and also have been liaising with Clanmill for over a year now. You know, discussing these possible solutions. And they've been advised that in order to progress these alternative solutions, that you know, it has to be brought as a motion before council. So that's why I'm bringing this tonight to council. Clanmill have said themselves that they are open to further engagement, you know, on this issue in particular. And you know, this isn't about, you know, houses versus railway at all. You know, we all want more social housing, but you know, it's just about where those houses go, and it shouldn't be in opposition to the development of the railway line. So that's all I'll say for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Jackson.
Cormac Mayor, and thanks to Councillor O'Neill for bringing the motion. I think this issue had been discussed at council previously, and I can recall that specific application coming before the planning committee, and as an individual member of the committee, I didn't support the application. And it was really disappointing to see that the decision of the committee and the decision of council being overturned at the PAC. And whilst I was disappointed, I accept that the applicant has the right to go down that route and appeal the decision. The motion that's here in front of us today is exploring further avenues, and we as a party fully support it. Some of the examples that were shown, and I'm assuming that these examples aren't exhaustive, but any proposed solution, we're fully supportive of exploring. As a party, we're fully committed to establishing an All Ireland rail network. We're equally fully committed to addressing the social housing need within our city and district. But as Councillor O'Neill said, social housing needs to be built in the correct location, and it needs to be built in locations where there's services and facilities nearby. There was major concerns around road safety at this site. There was major concerns around parking provision. So we had big issues with the application, notwithstanding the impact that it may have on any future rail expansion. One of the elements that I would be keen to see, because I know it's something as a party, we've called for in the past, is to use public land for social housing to address the social housing need. If this is something that can be explored further through this motion, I think as a council we would be setting a very good precedent, because there is a lot of land that is in public ownership right across our district, and we do have a social housing crisis. So if there is mechanisms available to unlock that land for social housing providers as a party, that's something that we would be keen to explore. So on that basis, Mayor, we're happy to support the proposal that's in front of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Mooney?
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And clearly, this is a timely motion by Councillor Maeve O'Neill and bringing this to Council. It was disappointing to hear of the decision by the PAC last May in overturning our own committee's decision from 2020. Again, in October last year, Into the West came in and presented to our own GSP committee, in which this issue was actually raised in that specific arena. And I followed up on the point, what's the delegation? It was clear from the presenter that if the development goes, it could well be lights out for the rail in this region, given the prospective cost of providing a bespoke engineering solution in this line, if the Clanwell development goes ahead, will be probably disproportionate to any cost that would be given for this site. And if it goes ahead, and obviously the site won't be made available, and therefore it could very well inhibit any future rail development we have for this area. It's clear that the benefits from rail expansion would be for our region, and we do not want this ambition stymied in any way. We are all well aware of the serious rail deprivation that we have suffered in this city and district over generations, and this has led to the hampering of our growth in our region. It is now time, Mayor, to mandate officers to seek the resolution with Clanwell and with all our interested stakeholders in order to secure the site for the future development of our local rail ambitions. And the SDLP will be fully in support of this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor O'Neill for bringing it forward. I was very disappointed, as well as other members, I'm sure, of the decision by the PAC, primarily because ultimately we are, as a council, responsible for securing the future 10, 20 years down the line for development in this city. And it's clearly a bad urban planning decision when we know that there's an opportunity there for us to gain so much from a rail line to Letterkenny and Strabane. It generally beggars belief that this application went to the PAC in the first place. Clanwell have the right to do that, but I just think in terms of our overall ambitions for the city going forward, for the work that has been going on very recently, including the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review that we've been waiting on for so long, it just seems to me to be very out of step to where we want to go as a city. I, for one, have absolutely no problem in supporting the motion. I think not only is it timely, but it's very well considered in terms of what we are asking officers to do. Because ultimately, I really genuinely hope that we don't get to the point where we're on a collision course with Clanwell, but they do have to understand, as much as they have ambitions for social housing and where to build it, we have ambitions for the city as well. And the two of them at the moment certainly can coexist. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Raymond Barr?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel this is a very important motion for the Northwest. The fact this site is key for enabling any future expansion to Tyrone and West Donegal makes it a no-brainer for me to support this motion. The benefits of a comprehensive rail network are many and have been well documented. More cost-effective than road for long-haul freight, more environmentally friendly, more reliable than road transport, to name but a few. For areas like Strabane, say, and Olds, Castle Derg, and the industrial wilderness, a functioning comprehensive rail network would open up the district the opportunities of economic growth, as well as provide connectivity for those who have access to personal transport. I thank Councillor Neil for bringing this motion and I have no hesitation in supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Donnelly?
Chair. Look, agree with all most of the sentiments that have already been said, and I'm happy to support the motion. I'd like to thank Councillor O'Neill for proposing it. As a councillor whose constituency casework largely involves housing issues, I'm acutely aware of the need for social housing across the city, day in, day out. Like I'm sure all councillors here, we're dealing with people and families who are in desperate need of a home, and the lists aren't getting any shorter. But there's a need to make sure that all new housing developments are properly placed and planned, and we need to ensure that the short-term projects do not scupper long-term vision. This development would fly in the face of Council's corporate position on restoring rail track between Derry, Tyrone and Donegal. Rail is the way forward, especially in the face of the climate emergency, and we're lagging behind other places and we need to catch up. But what I would say regarding my dealings with Clonmel, I found them to be completely unaccountable, and in one case dealing with a vulnerable tenant. For the last 3 weeks, I have attempted on 8 occasions to have Clonmel ring me back regarding this tenant, and at all times my calls, voicemails or promises to forward emails have been completely ignored. But I do hope that this motion will be followed up by proper engagement to find a solution that works for all. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Devaney?
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, the DUP has no problem in supporting this notice of motion coming forward here. And look, like all the rest of the representatives around the meeting here, we all are acutely aware of the housing issue, you know, the need for more housing. But look, this one, if this development is to go ahead, it really ends the vision of the railway line between Strabane and Londonderry. That's really the nub of it here. But I do welcome the notice of motion here that council will do what they can in discussions to see if there's any positivity can come out of it. But Mayor, happy to support the notice of motion.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor McKinney?
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I agree with the motion and we will fully support the motion. Like Christopher and John, this came in front of the planning committee while I was on it, and we many of our objections were on the grounds of the poor infrastructure and parking, etc. And I accept that we need housing, as Councillor Jackson has pointed out, but we must think of the future and of the infrastructure links to make our district a place companies want to come to and people want to come and work. So we as Alliance fully support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Neil, there's no one else in the chat box, so if you would like to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all the members for their support on this issue. I think you know, everybody said it well. Like as we plan going forward, we need to look ahead at the long-term vision, and the future really is real. So I think, you know, if we can explore whatever measure possible to find a solution to this, I think it's important that council lead on that. And bring all the stakeholders together, including Under the West. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. And again, I haven't heard anyone speaking in opposition to the motion. I'll pause for a second to see if there's any indication. Otherwise, I'll declare it unanimous. Okay, Councillor Nick, well done. Unanimous passing of your motion. Moving on to the motion of Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I'll take the motion as read and waiting for a seconder.
I'll second it, Alderman Devaney.
Oh, thank you, Morris. So here, the motion is simple, it's straightforward, it's self-explanatory. In a nutshell, we as a council area are missing a trick by not having dedicated motorhome parking provision across the city and district. There are 15,000 registered motorhomes in Ireland, 225,000 in the UK, and 2.5 million across the continent of Europe. And that's an absolutely massive market that our council currently doesn't cater for. Our location at the confluence of the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway Coast means that we should be a mecca for tourists with motorhomes. We should be a destination of choice for motorhome tourists. But the lack of parking provision means that we're not capitalising on this opportunity at all. For the uninformed, people that own motorhomes have high levels of disposable income. They can come to Derry, walk the walls, see the murals, dander across the Peace Bridge, have a meal, a few pints, a couple of gins, whatever floats their boat, and then retire to their motorhome when they're done for the day. They've got money to spend, they've got money to inject in the local economy, but at the minute we're saying there's no room at the inn. We need to show that we're open for business. We need dedicated parking provision, and we need to market that far and wide. And we have noticed a massive increase in motorhomes across the city and district this year. And I note that we're going to open up Fort George at Clipper to deal with that demand. But we need dedicated, permanent provision. We need designated provision across the city and district, because if we provide it, it'll enhance our tourism offering. If we provide it, we'll tap into a growing, lucrative market, and it'll bring money into the local economy to create and sustain jobs. So I hope everybody can support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, and I would just like to apologise. I seem to be having a wee bit of technical issues, but Councillor McKinney.
Right, thank you for that, Mayor. Look, I fully support what Rory has brought here. I mean, let's be honest here, whenever you leave the city boundaries and head out towards the north coast, the next place you hit that has any provision for motorhomes is actually Portrush. Portrush provided. But if you were to go down into County Down and go into Newry and Mourne area, you'll find that they have a designated park, which is just full of camper vans and full of people with tents where they supply electricity. They have washing facilities. It's excellent. I've stayed there. It is absolutely brilliant. And facilities for the kids and all. What I'm going to say now is just this week, I was contacted by a Derry businessman who is currently securing lands at Maydown for the purpose of building purpose-built hard standing for camper vans, also turning old cow sheds into facilities where if it's raining, he's going to put table tennis in, he's going to have showers there, washrooms, cooking facilities, etc. And I've put him in touch with some of our officers within the council who already spoke to him today and are fully supportive of what he's trying to do. So let's hope that that's the first of many that decide to try and move into this sphere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Alderman Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I think this is a very timely motion that's been brought forward. And in my previous time in council, I remember this being raised, and but for some reason it never materialised. But I think this has the potential for the economy in a growing market, and but the location I think has to be the correct one. And and I know the previous speaker has indicated that there's someone looking at this. But I think it is very, very timely, and that if we get the proper designated area, that it would enhance our tourism trade in the city. And we will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Alderman Thompson. Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Farrell for bringing this motion. It's a no-brainer, really. It's the amount of people that we see coming through here in motorhomes. It's obviously a growing trade. Sales are still high in them. But not only that, we see there that City Derry Rugby Club would give up their space for people coming along the rugby matches and things like that there. But also Brady Cricket Club recently held a convention of motorhomes enthusiasts who visited the city, and high numbers as well. I spoke to a few when they visited the Siege Museum. But it was always a frustration before that they had nowhere to go. So I think this, as I said, no-brainer this here. Council really need to pull out all the stops to find us a good site for this here, because they're missing out a great opportunity if they don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. And just in relation to the technical issues that I had, if there was anyone in the chat box between Alderman Thompson and Alderman Gay, I've missed you. So put your name back in the chat box. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the Councillor Farrell for bringing the motion. And I suppose all our speakers have indicated the positives and the need for this type of facility within our district, and we would agree, but we do have concerns around the motion, and we're going to make a small amendment, and just at that second last line where it says and external funding sources, to include the line that could be made available to local businesses. So it's just that, just after that, external funding sources that could be made available to local businesses.
Be a seconder for the amendment.
Happy to second, Mayor. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Yep. Christopher, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yeah, no problem. I was just waiting to see if it was coming up on the screen, but I'm happy to speak on it. It's self-explanatory, but and I suppose Councillor McKinney's point clarified that is that it's not entirely council's responsibility they provide these types of facilities, but there is certainly a need for it. When we're looking in the we've got a very vast capital project. There's huge demand on council finances in terms of providing play facilities within our communities, providing community centres, our strategic leisure centres in Templemore and Riversdale, and not taking into consideration our commitment, our desire to improve the wages and terms and conditions for our employees. So for council, they take on take on an issue like this, or a project such as this, when there already is interest from the private sector. We feel that it isn't the best use of ratepayers' money, and that there is practical support the council could provide to local businesses. So that's our motion, that our amendment is that we would be very keen to see council explore funding opportunities and provide support the private sector to enhance the tourism offering and provide such facilities within our district. So we would urge all members to support the amendment and understand the basis of it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farrell on the amendment.
I get where Councillor Jackson is coming from in terms of his amendment. I get, the capital ambitions that we have. I get the pressures on public finances that we are experiencing and will continue to experience. But his amendment basically says, or is putting the onus on private business to develop this facility. And I think council should be leading on it. Councils right across the island are looking to develop these because they see the economic potential. They see what it does for their tourist economy, and I think we should be doing the same. And what I'm talking about here is not a camping site where people have awnings and all that sort of stuff. This is essentially a car park with some facility on it, but it's not an all singing, all dancing campsite. And we own car parks. We own lots of them. We're responsible for lots of them. So I think, well, we're going to be voting against this. The intention of the motion is council leading this. We're responsible for car parks. Some of them could be converted. They could be adapted to make them suitable for motorhome use. And that's our view on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Alderman Devaney, do you want to speak on this, on the amendment or the substantial motion?
Yep, on the amendment first, Mayor,
Okay.
and then the motion.
Go ahead.
Mayor, thank you for letting me in. Look, as you know, I've stayed on quite a number of council facilities across Northern Ireland and even across the UK, and especially the ones in Northern Ireland I'm talking about. They have been very, very good facilities, and look, they bring in a good income. And I do take on board the concerns that Councillor Jackson has and around investment and stuff like that there. But what we're asking is maybe that we investigate what we can do. There's no discussion yet of how much we need to invest or anything like that. I think we need to see the plan in front of us, where it might be and what it might cost and stuff like that. Because I believe there is a return, there is a dividend at the end of this one. And Mayor, look, we could not support the amendment, but the motion as it stood before that, as my colleague has said, we had no problem in supporting that.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And like previous speakers, I don't support the amendment primarily because I do think we already have a lot of the resources in place. And if we look at the capital investment argument, well, we're going to get increased revenue from this offering that we wouldn't necessarily have in a normal car park. Because I've just been looking very, very quickly in terms of the cost that Belfast, for example, charges compared to a normal car overnight to a motorhome overnight, and there's substantial money there to be made. If businesses want to do that, I think let's signpost them to funding. But in terms of the original motion, I do think that we do have a responsibility to explore this as a council, because ultimately there will be a benefit to repairs if we can pull it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor McKinney on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I personally feel that we should support the amendment because, is it not good that we get everybody involved in bringing in tourism? It's a win-win situation. And with regards to tents and stuff like that, I was referring to the council amenities at Newry and Mourne district. What I was referring to this businessman's offering is proper concrete standing and proper facilities, which I'm sure the council can offer as well. So surely the goodness, it is good for the economy, local economy, to bring money in from both sides, from the business establishment and also from the council establishment. And that's really, I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. No further speakers, so I think we need to take it to a vote on the amendment. So I'll pass over to the Chief Executive.
Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Hussey. Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman Thompson.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Dobbins.
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Heaney.
For, John.
Councillor Jackson.
For, John.
Councillor Kelly.
For, John.
Councillor Logue.
Or.
Councillor McGowan.
For, John.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKinney.
For, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
Councillor Scenery Barr.
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against, John.
Thank you, members. Mayor, I've recorded 13 for and 17 against, so the amendment falls.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I don't have anyone in the chat box to speak in the substantive motion. Sorry, there's Councillor Jackson. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor, and obviously we're disappointed that the amendment wasn't carried. And it just would just like to make the point that earlier in this meeting we voted to declare a cost of living emergency, and now we're in a position where we're suggesting spending ratepayers' money on developing a motorhome park and that. But I can understand the rationale for and the need for a facility like this. Our concern was that this has already been sought out by private investors. Council's role should be to support those. But given that amendment wasn't carried, and the motion as they explore this further, we are content now they support the original motion to see where it goes, but we do have concerns around any capital expenditure in relation to it. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And in the absence of any further speakers, I will go back to Councillor Farrell to sum up. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Darren Guy already said it's a no-brainer, and I'm going to say it again.
I'm glad there's sort of broad consensus across the chamber. There's a bit of division on whether this should be funded publicly or privately, but I honestly don't think it's going to cost that amount of money. This is not a motorhome park. It's parking provision for motorhomes. They're already parking at the new car park at St. Colum's Park. This isn't going to cost a hell of a lot of money. It's not going to cost, there's not going to need to be a massive infrastructure investment, because we have thousands of car parking spaces across this city and district that could be easily adapted for motorhome provision. So I look forward to liaising with council officers to identify suitable locations and to make this a reality, because the market out there is absolutely massive. Anybody that goes to Donegal at the weekend, it's just motorhome after motorhome after motorhome. They drive through our city and they don't spend the night here. And what we need to be doing is marketing this far and wide so people know that they can stay in our city instead of driving right through it. That's the ultimate aim here, and I hope it comes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, and I do think that there's broad support right across the chamber for this motion. I'm going to just leave it for a second to see if there's any opposition, and if not, we'll declare it unanimous. Okay, well done, Councillor Farrell. That seems to be unanimous. Motion passes. Moving on to the next motion, which is in the name of Councillor Donnelly and Councillor Gallagher to move. And just before you move, I would caution everyone in relation to this debate to be sensitive in their comments. There are council officers who work on tasks and duties in relation to the PCSP. So I would just ask that there's a bit of sensitivity around the debate. Thank you. Councillor Donnelly, are you leading?
I am, Chair.
Okay,
Chair,
go ahead.
it is a very sensitive debate and a very, very important one. And anybody who watched the BBC Spotlight, where whistleblowers within the PSNI accused, more or less were saying that racism, sectarianism, and misogyny was endemic, and that's how they treat their own so-called officers of the law. That would give you a taste of what the public has to endure. Recently, we had the Women's Policy Group reporting to Council about domestic violence, and only 24% of women who are subject to domestic violence reported to the police service, and 77.4% of those who did not find it useful. Chair, human rights groups have condemned and criticised the PSNI for its child informer policy, and already this year Amnesty International has criticised the PSNI for a number of issues. One was the strip searching of children. One was the introduction of spit hoods, which had been used, dangerous spit hoods is how they described them, was used on children a number of times between the ages of 10 and 17. And Amnesty International also condemned the over-policing of black and ethnic minority groups, and in particular Irish travellers. Chair, we have continuously seen house raids where children have deliberately been targeted, and only this week in Craigan, a pregnant woman was ejected from her home in the rain with her young child. We've seen the revocation of licenses from Tony Taylor and most recently Jason Cullymans. And all of this, Chair, is propped up by the PCSP. And we've also seen recent arrests, the arrest of Serious, a member of loyalist paramilitary for serious paramilitary activity. And what kind of society would use paramilitary gangster drug dealers and bodies to promote its police? Now, earlier on in this council, there was a motion passed, and in the body of that motion, which is now the corporate position, it was critical of the representative body of serving PSNI police officers who have joined an attempt to deny victims' families access to truth and justice. That is the corporate position of this council. And during some of the debates, there was quotes that the Police Federation is now aligning itself with the RUC, and this is having a serious impact on community confidence. Chair, the PCSP, the PSNI have failed, and they failed miserably, and all the false and fake accountability bodies have also failed. But where I have a serious issue, Mayor, is that ratepayers should not be footing this bill. We've paid millions of pounds to the PCSP, and it is money that is squandered. We talk about hard times and people struggling, cost of living crisis, and it's my view, very strong view, that this money should be used to address issues, including human rights infringements and the hardships that our people are facing, not propping up those who are carrying out these human rights abuse. So I'll leave it there. I would ask people they support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle.
Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't sure if Councillor Gallagher maybe wanted to come up before me.
He hasn't indicated.
I'll let the Mayor chair the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this is a difficult motion, but I'm trying to look at it at the benefit that I think people get or don't get from the PCSP. Now, I engage with the community safety wardens on a daily basis, and I think that they do a great job, and there's no two ways about that. And I engage with our own council staff with regards to policing issues, and they do a great job. But the PSNI don't do a great job. And I have tried to be reasonable since I joined this council around the actions of the PSNI and their accountability. And we had the issues where, and I mentioned them again recently at a committee meeting, where we had the police say they were going to come in and answer questions about a very serious incident that happened in Craigan, and then the day before pull out. We then asked them to come back, and they said no. And I have to say, you know, with the greatest of respect to members of council who might be on the PCSP, you know, I'm constantly told the PCSP is a place to make these arguments. But ultimately, if the police seem unwilling, and they do, to answer questions from outside of the PCSP, then I wonder how much questions are being answered within the PCSP. Over many weeks, I've been keeping an eye on what I actually think the PCSP is there for. And increasingly, whether for good or ill, the PCSP seems to be another model of grant making. And as I say, it's for people who maybe see the benefit of the PCSP that's the case. But I don't genuinely believe that ratepayers collectively are getting a benefit from the PCSP, because if I and others can't raise issues with the police directly through this, the representative forum of the people of this city and district, about Jason Coleman, about Tony Taylor, about Marion Price, and about all of the underhanded draconian measures that the police engage in on behalf of the NIO and the British government, then I don't know what benefit we're getting. Now, if we want to change the PCSP into something else, and someone tells me, Emmett, look, it's going to become a grant-making body, then let's look at that. But at the moment, it doesn't do what it says on the tin, and that's why I have to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, and I take on board your warning and being sensitive, and I see this motion, as two separate issues. I fully agree in the concerns being raised with whistleblowers. We have our own MLA who's actually we've two MLAs on the policing board who are raising concerns around the spit masks and the misogyny and the racism within the PSNI, and that is the governing body in which we have the responsibility to do that through. The PCSP, I understand Councillor Donnelly's reluctance for the PCSP because it is policing and community, but at the same vein, I see the other aspect to it. I see the old woman who's too terrified to call anybody else, and she has the mobile number for the community safety wardens, and they come out and they have a cup of tea with her. I see the domestic violence survivor who has an ex that's torturing them, and the community safety wardens come out and they provide them with the security for their doors and their windows that they need. I see the community groups that reach out to the PCSP and ask for funding because there's antisocial behaviour or there's really deprived young people who need extra support within that community. I see the community safety wardens on the streets nearly every other day. I speak with them for a number of other issues. I understand it is about policing in the community, and there's a part of that that the PSNI have to take responsibility and not just necessarily fund the PCSP, but actually open up and be transparent around how they're tackling some of these whistleblowing issues. But I also see the amazing work that we have within our PCSP officers and the work that they do on the ground around road safety issues. Anytime I've ever approached the PCSP about an issue, they've been very good and very open to helping, especially within our rural community or my rural community where there is a lot of lack of provision. So where I'm being really sensitive and I understand where this has come from, I do see them as two completely separate issues. I think we need to go through the appropriate mechanisms within the policing board and the ombudsman. I know there's been frustrations in that aspect, but I don't see that us taking away our funding to a structure that, in my opinion, does a lot of good, is going to help. So unfortunately, Mayor, we won't be supporting this motion because we do support the work the PCSP does within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riley?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for bringing me in. I'm a member of the PCSP, and I'm also a person who was shocked and appalled at the recent Spotlight programme on the BBC, and the first part of the motion on the screen details a range of different issues and different things that we in society need to tackle, need to stand up against, and need to raise in the appropriate ways to make change. And it's in light of that that I find the second part of the motion, the second paragraph, to be one that we can't support, simply because it's outlining the issues that need addressed, but then saying, well, we can't address them through the PCSP. The PCSP, the Policing and Community Safety Partnership. I use the phrase specifically so that people get the understanding that it's not only about policing, it's about community safety. It does attract in a huge amount of money into this council area to be spent on other things that are there to make the area and the district that we live in to be a better place. There are a range of small project supports that are delivered right across the council area, tackling drugs and alcohol misuse, helping people deal with the outworkings of sexual and domestic violence, working with community groups on the ground to improve youth provision, a range of different things across the council area that the PCSP is involved with. Other speakers have mentioned the community safety wardens. Every single councillor, I'm sure, values the telephone numbers and the access that we have to community safety wardens at all times of the year when dealing with issues that are presented to us as local councillors. And it's good to see that the likes of the Housing Executive and other statutory bodies also value that work that the community safety wardens bring to the council area. Councillor Ferguson touched on the Safer Home scheme and how people that have been affected by crime can feel a greater degree of security in their homes, and that happens through the PCSP. There are other issues that the PCSP deal with on a day-to-day basis, like the CCTV provision. Dealing with road safety issues. At the last PCSP meeting, we dealt with a correspondence about how in our council area, 2 of the 5 worst locations for traffic collisions are here in our council area, and that needs attention and needs addressed. The PCSP is the vehicle for dealing with all of those issues and making those changes. So, Mayor, while understanding the first part of the motion is one that gives rise to concerns, we in our DSDLP have been raising those issues and continue to do though, raise those issues through the policing board and through the PCSP, and we do see the value of it to the council area. And Mayor, in conclusion, I'm conscious that the PCSP is not just elected members. There are people who give up of their time to that body who are non-political, and understanding totally that those individuals can perfectly well speak for themselves. I think that this council chamber needs to put on the record our thanks to the people who do give up their time and do volunteer for that role to make a difference to the communities that they are from. And I think it is important that we recognise that the council as a public body works in conjunction with other statutory agencies.
Councillor Riley, you need to bring your remarks to a close.
Thanks, Mayor. So the council works in partnership with other statutory bodies to make positive change, and that includes other local people who want to do the same. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor. People Before Profit will be supporting this motion. I think the Spotlight investigation, it was shocking and appalling, but it wasn't anything that I didn't already know. But what it did do, it was expose the scale of racism and misogyny and sectarianism that does exist in the PSNI. And the thing is that the PSNI, they don't solve society's problems, but rather they reinforce and prop up the status quo, because they embody all of those things. And I think we've seen with that unilateral decision to make use of spit hoods, like that's just another example of the PSNI refusing to be held to account. Like they didn't release the public consultation on spit hoods, so there's no transparency, and they've been widely criticised by human rights groups on that issue. And we as a council have tried to hold the PSNI to account, and that's what the PCSP is supposed to do. But it's clearly not working. And right now we are in a cost of living crisis. Our workers are demanding better pay. They're sometimes even criminalised by the PSNI for taking strike action. Our vice services are struggling financially, and I think there are better things that our rates money can be spent on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Jackson.
Grandmother Mayor, and just they state from the outset that we won't be supporting the motion that's in front of us today. I know Councillor Riley and others have alluded to a lot of the positive aspects that are provided through the PCSP, and there is a lot of localized initiatives that provide a benefit the repairs in our city and district. But I want to focus on the wider aspect of it, because notwithstanding the significant external funding that's levered in through the PCSPs and the jobs that are secured via that, and the support that's provided, this motion is intent to abolish PCSPs, and we have to remember what the PCSPs are there to do. It's to hold the PSNI to account at a local level, along with providing community safety support. So by asking for those accountability mechanisms to be removed, you may as well ask for other hard-fought accountability measures to be removed as well. Next, we'll be asking for the policing board to be disbanded. We'll be asking for the police ombudsman's office to be disbanded, and we've seen we've heard earlier in the meeting around the reports that are now being challenged by the Police Federation, but the reports that have been that have dealt on the collusion in the past within our UC, and you may as well. But next we'll be calling for the Criminal Justice Inspectorate to be disbanded. And one of the things that we need to remind ourselves is that these are all organisations that were set up through the Good Friday Agreement. So the proposers of this motion may as well ask that we wrap that up as well and we return to unionist rule. And no matter how many times the people are trying to drag us back and block progress, we as a party will continue to look forward. We won't abandon the hard-fought accountability measures that are currently in place. And the first part of the motion, and it's something we would be fully supportive of. But what it does is it demonstrates the need for accountability. It demonstrates the need for measures to be put in place to ensure improvements in police practice, to ensure that racism, sectarianism, and misogyny is eradicated from our society right across the board, especially within our public services. So, as a party, we won't be supporting the motion that's here in front of us today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And apologies, I am on the phone here. The iPad has died a death. Mayor, from what I'm hearing there, and as I say, I will declare an interest at the start here as a member of the PCSP, and it has been touched upon, and I know it is a sensitive subject here, and there are difficulties, and with policing, and I mean I'll admit that there does be problems and difficulties times, but the PCSP is a body that is there that you can work with, and I would be minded that you can work very well with the officers in the PCSP and the local neighbourhood teams and the police as well. You can work with them. I have had difficulty there even today myself, a lot of problems and with some of the higher up officers in the police, but you can still work with the officers that are there, and there's a lot of good work that's been done by the PCSP, and I see where the councillors Donnelly and Gallagher are raising issues there, but then it does, as Councillor Ferguson has touched on, it seems to be two motions put together here. The police are causing problems, so we get rid of the PCSP. This is just sort of their logic here, and others as well, people before profit that have supported it. And you've got to factor in, you know, as I noted there, redirecting ratepayers' money to directly redress human rights infringements. You know, is that they haven't explained what they're looking to do there and how much they're looking. I mean, you know, I'm not content with that, with the way that's worded there, and there's very vague. I would argue the case the PCSP is accountable and has been touched upon, Councillor Riley there. There are elected members, there are independent members. People give up of their time to attend the PCSP and to hold the police to account. And has been touched upon, the various items there. I mean, the rapid drug bans are touched upon, the SIDs, which we've continually had. I know we've had them there throughout my own DEA there in regards to the speeds. Community safety wardens have been touched upon, the CCTV in the city, you know, and the amount of the staff that's employed, and as well as, it has been touched upon as well, the funding that community groups have got, and the match funding that comes into this council as a result of council putting money into the PCSP. So, no, Mayor, I see there's issues there, but it's not, the answer is not removing funding from PCSP. So, Mayor, at this stage, we will not be supporting this motion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Hi, and some of the rationale for bringing this forward, this motion. Over the last while, we've had a lot of conversation and debate and dialogue around the cost of living crisis. And as you said yourself, Mayor, earlier on, we need sensitivity around staff. Mayor, over recent months, we have seen a number of recent strikes by our council workers. We've also seen a lot of ratepayers coming in complaining they're not getting value for the rates that they're paying. What we have seen is the real value of our workers when they've withdrawn their services. And they've drawn their services because of real hardship that they are facing day and daily within their homes and within their families. When we analyse our finances and when we analyse our affordability, which we have been doing around paying a meaningful wage to our staff that are providing a valuable service to our ratepayers, and we're saying we can't afford it. And then we're saying handing out hundreds of thousands of pounds to the PCSP. And what are we getting? We're getting reports around flights to God knows where, the purchase of alcohol and cigarettes to God knows who. We're getting no value for ratepayers' money that's gone into this. We're getting no accountability and we're getting no outcomes. No matter how much the members in this chamber want to dress it up, we're getting no value for it. And when we're coming to turn around and say to our workers who are going to go on strike again because of hardship, and we tell them we can't afford to pay you a decent wage, we can't do it. And then on the same breath, at the stroke of a pen, we're handing out hundreds of thousands of pounds that are going nowhere, absolutely nowhere. That's why this motion has come forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Guy, Alderman Guy and Alderman Devaney, and then we'll try and sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to touch on Councillor Gallagher there saying about the loss of jobs and so on, and the recent strikes by council staff. The withdrawal of funding from the PCSP would result in 16 full-time and 2 part-time council staff losing their jobs. Over 700,000 of match funding being lost to council. 32 community groups losing project funding for over £200,000. And the city and district losing its CCTV coverage and early detections of welfare concerns and potential suicides. In a city whose suicide rate is high. The community safety warden scheme being lost. The loss of rapid ban scheme has removed over 73,000 dangerous pills from our community. Cessation of road safety measures and the removal of support hub, which is regarded as a model of best practice in the community plan. Now, I'm going to touch here on the motion itself. Obviously, the first part of it there, when it talks about the BBC Spotlight programme, is purely to do with the PSNI and issues within a certain station. No doubt they will be dealt with internally, and there will be outcomes of that there, and we wait and see what the outcomes will be. But I take a bit of umbrage with in the recent arrest of prominent loyalist PCSP members. Now, granted, there was someone arrested recently with loyalist connections, who was alleged a member. He was a member of the PCSP. He was a member. So they're saying members. So who are these other members? Now, there is members within the PUL community who sit on the PCSPs right across Northern Ireland. But I only know of one which was arrested recently. So is that, verging on libelous? Talks of unaccountable and non-transparent body, yet the members' scrutiny of a recent audit has held the PCSP to account. Does this make this last comment factually incorrect? I suppose when we look at the police station, the comments in that first paragraph, could it be seen as inflammatory? And the 2 members proposing they should ask the community groups in their respective areas if they were to see the PCSP done away with, what fund and their funding avenues lost, how would they feel? Have they asked them yet? Or are they just taking it off their own bat? And other people who don't see the funding, who don't benefit from that funding, but they just hate the police so much that they just want anything connected with the police done away with. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And early on in the meeting, I did declare an interest as being a member of the PCSP. And like some of the previous speakers, look, we need to be just careful what we say. But I want to pay tribute to our independent members who probably, they have no political affiliation when they're on the PCSP. And I would like to also pay tribute to our PCSP officers who carry out a phenomenal piece of work. So they do. And I had the honour of being chair of the PCSP in the previous year, and Councillor Donnelly and Gallagher, and I was in some of their areas, even in Strabane, visiting some of the good programmes that the PCSP has funded over the last year, and I hope will continue to fund. And we talk, I listened to people before profit talking, we're in a cost of living crisis. The PCSP are employing 16 full-time workers and 2 part-time, keeping the food on the table for them and keeping them warm if they can. I do believe it's concerning, and I do take what the previous speaker said. This could be inflammatory, and probably part of it not factual. And the first part of it, I've no problem with. If there's anybody wrongdoing, they deserve to be taken out of the PCSP, and that is an issue for the policing board to deal with and around that. But I want to go back on Councillor Doyle. Did Councillor Doyle ever phone the police up and ask for a meeting with them? Because I know when I ring them and ask for a meeting, I'll have a meeting within a few days. And I do agree with the previous speaker, Mayor, that this is the hatred of the PSNI. And if this could be changed, Mayor, to the CSP, the Community Safety Partnership, take the police out of it, there would be no problem with it. But I, once again, as my colleague reiterated, we will not be supporting this notice of motion coming forward here, and we will be supporting the PCSP in the time ahead, because I believe they do a fundamentally good piece of work, saving lives. We talk about antisocial behaviour, hotspots. We heard of them in Strabane and Councillor Gallagher's area. We have now new PCSP community wardens there to deal with those issues. And I'm not going to say they're going to clean up all the issues, but they are dealing with quite a number. And with their CCTV that is funded by PCSP, saving lives, as the previous speaker said, suicide is it?
Morris, I'm going to have to ask you to bring your comments to a close.
But thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. But very supportive of the PCSP, but will not be supporting this notice of motion.
Thank you. I have 2 further speakers in the chat box, so I'm going to take them and then I'm going to move to Councillor Donnelly to sum up. So Councillor Tierney, Councillor McGowan, and then we're going to move to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing me in. Councillor Riley has already outlined our position, particularly our position around the first paragraph of this notice of motion. Mayor, as you know, this has been a difficult week for me and my family. There has been graffiti written on walls about me. My home has been attacked. My family have been intimidated. My children have been intimidated on social media. One of the best avenues of support that my family have received over recent days and still receiving as I'm speaking at this meeting are from the PCSP. What would the proposers suggest if we were to remove funding from the PCSP that families like mine right now would do for that level of support? People who are being intimidated in their own home, or who are worried about what may happen in the middle of the night when people with masks come and visit their home and terrify their families. What would they do then? Who would they phone? What would be their way out of it? This isn't about jobs in council. This isn't about pay raises. This is about people's attitudes towards the PSNI. I would ask the 2 people who have proposed this notice of motion in their summing up to explain to me, explain to people like me right now what we're supposed to do if there's no support from the PCSP, because I am at a loss, Mayor, literally at a loss right now to find out where we go. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but listening to this from people who are sitting and who don't suffer from intimidation is very, very hard to listen to. Councillor Riley has explained our position. but as someone who is getting support from the PCSP, I would like to know what the two proposers of this motion would suggest that people do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. And before I move on to John McGowan, I just want to reiterate my own support to yourself, Brian, and your family at this time, because I know from talking to yourself and talking to Cheryl, you are going through an awful time, and any support that I can give you will absolutely be there. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me on. No, I just wanted to pick up on the point that was made regarding the hundreds of thousands of pounds that's wasted. I just looked at the budget that we're all provided with as councillors, and basically the 670,000 that we receive as a grant, 600,000 that goes out to pay 16 workers that we heard about there that are doing a great job across all the district. So I mean, people need to really read the figures on this. The match funding that we put into it is used towards CCTV, and most of it towards that and CSB projects. And then there's a bit of vehicles spend and things like that. So basically the money we get is paying workers, 16 of them. And I would hate any of them to be watching this tonight, because you'd nearly think we didn't need them. But I've been using people across my district, just like Brian mentioned there, that have been keeping an eye on domestic issues in communities, and keeping an eye on reporting those and helping people to get rehoused and everything else. So for me, you know, I don't know, folks, we need to be careful. These people are doing a really good job. That money that's coming in is paying that, and our money is paying for the CCTV, which every one of us here knows the benefit of, and CSB. So let's just take that nonsense off the table. There's not hundreds of thousands of pounds of ratepayers' money getting wasted during a crisis. There's people doing hard work to keep people safe, and our money is doing the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan, and I'll now ask Councillor Donnelly to come back in and sum up.
Well, thanks, Chair. Where do you start? As just the previous speaker there, you know, I think he's that far removed from working class people that he wants to come to Craigan and show me this great work. You know, I'm up for it. Regards Brian, I'm saying solidarity with, and the last time your car was attacked, I visited you, but you also visited me when an explosive device was put outside my front door, and me and my family, including my child, had to walk past it. So I don't know where you're coming from when you're saying people on here pontificating who aren't subjected to intimidation. I don't know who you're talking about there, but I want to send solidarity with. Rachel, you've outlined a number of things there, what you see, cups of tea and that. I don't see it. It doesn't happen in Craigan or the bog. What we see is an armed militia intent on imposing its will and harassing the community. Martin O'Reilly, SDLP, talks about community safety, but he then goes on to ignore senior loyalist paramilitary members, and I'll say that again, who are members of the PCSP who have been arrested. Where is the community safety on that? You know, a lot of issues have been outlined here regards road safety and home, you know, security. These are issues that council can deal with, and they don't need to be squandering millions of pounds of ratepayers' money in order to do so by a fake accountability measure. Christopher, you said accountability measures, they're not there. Regards Good Friday has been changed that by subsequent agreements. It's no longer recognised. And I think it's very convenient that nearly all the members have ignored Amnesty International's 3 statements this year. One regarding spit hoods, dangerous spit hoods used on children, to stop the strip searching of children, and stop and searches on being used in a racist manner. You know, there's a wee bit of duplicity here tonight when the corporate position only a few motions earlier was talking about the police federation and lack of confidence in the community, and then all of a sudden everybody's coming out of the woodwork and trying to paint things in a completely untrue light. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. I'm going to pass to the Chief Executive to take us through the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Alderman Breslin,
Against?
Alderman Devaney,
Against?
Alderman Guy,
Against?
Alderman Hussey, Alderman Carrigan,
Against?
Alderman Thompson,
Against?
Alderman Wark, Councillor Jason Barr,
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr, Councillor John Boyle,
Against, Chief Executive, just about containing myself with Councillor Donnelly there, but however, against.
Councillor Carr,
Abstain, John.
Councillor Dobbins,
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly,
Or, Chair, and just a point of information, it's a vote here, not a political statement by Councillor Boyle. He had an opportunity to say what he had to say, but refused to take it.
Thank you. Moving on with the vote.
Councillor Doyle,
Or John.
Councillor Duffy,
Against.
Councillor Edwards,
Against.
Councillor Farrell,
Against.
Councillor Ferguson,
Against.
Councillor Fleming,
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher,
Or.
Councillor Harkin,
Or.
Councillor Heaney,
Against, John.
Councillor Jackson,
Against.
Councillor Kelly,
Against.
Councillor Logue,
Against.
Councillor McGowan,
Against.
Councillor McGuire, Councillor McHugh,
Against.
Councillor McKinney,
Against.
Councillor Mooney, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Riley,
Against.
Councillor Sino Barr,
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Thank you, members. Anybody I've looked over there? Members? Councillor O'Neill for. Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. I've recorded 5 for, 24 against, and 1 abstention. So the notice moves.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So the motion falls. Bear with me a second, members. Members, if you're all content, we will take a 10-minute comfort break, and we have 2 motions to come back to. So we will take a 10-minute break and come back here. We'll come back just after 10:15, and hopefully get through the last 2 motions. Okay, thank you, members. Okay, members, I think we're into the home straight now, hopefully. Councillor Carr, if you're on the call, your motion is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I start off office by wishing you well too for the year ahead? And just, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind to go back, just to share my solidarity to Councillor Tierney on what's happening down in his area. Shouldn't be happening. It's not right. And it's my full support.
Thank you, Sean.
No bar.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Have you a seconder for the motion?
Just take that notice as read.
Yep, just need a seconder now.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just take the notice of the motion as read. This report was drew to my attention recently, and it's worth reading. And it was a group set up by the Irish government, the Royal Irish Academy, to look into higher and further education across the island of Ireland, and they do concentrate a bit on the northwest cross-border region. And as I say, I think it was good reading. If you look at the makeup of the group that done it, quite some academics within that list. So, as I say, hopefully it'll not keep you long the night. That all I want is that we invite some of this group, this task force, in to just to hear from them what they're on their report. I think it would be very beneficial for the city and the region. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Carr for proposing the motion. You know, I've read this report from the Higher Education's Future Task Force and their vision for university provision across the island of Ireland, and I fully agree with their analysis that there are major regional disparities across the university sector across the island, and I welcome, the specific reference to the lack of provision in the Northwest. We know, we've been saying this for years, 57 years. In fact, we know that resources need to be distributed on a more even and more fair geographical basis. And it's an absolute scandal that 80% of the university places in the North are in Belfast. We know that there needs to be a realignment. We know that this needs reimagined. They are preaching to the converted. We have a government commitment to deliver 10,000 students at McGee. It hasn't been realised, and it's not going to be realised anytime soon. So we're more than happy to support this proposal. We're more than happy to invite representatives from the Royal Irish Academy here to this council so we can hear their specific plans about addressing the regional inequalities that we're facing and increasing student places in Derry and the wider Northwest. So happy to support the proposal, and thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. And first of all, can I send my and our solidarity to Councillor Tierney as well. Sorry that you're having to deal with all that, Brian. It's terrible. But you've our solidarity. And yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Carr for bringing forward this motion. It's reading the report, it's very refreshing, and I'm glad to see that the RIA is taking an interest in Derry and the Northwest, and I love their phrase about a place becoming a region of learning, and they're specifically talking about the Northwest, and they talk about if you've got a first class education institution, you attract enterprise, you can improve public discourse, you can provide world-class research facilities and attract researchers, and you can nurture the humanities and science and everything else in your local area. And I think that they have a great vision. So I'm all for having them in to present to us, and if we can send out the full report as well to councillors, I think that would be appreciated. Look, our situation is well documented here. We know the trials and tribulations and frustrations we had with McGee expansion. Our corporate position is that all options remain on the table for the expansion of higher education in Derry and the Northwest.
there's no reason to change that. We're in a situation where the city deal means that Ulster University are going to be a major beneficiary of it, and we have no ability as a council to hold. We have very little leverage as far as I can see. And meeting with the Vice Chancellor was useful. One of the most useful things for me was that he said that there's absolutely no direction that comes from Stormont to him about university expansion here in Derry. So we have a hope that Ulster University will follow through on the plan that they have, but even that plan that they have falls far short of what we want to see. So I think that we, while we press Ulster University, we have these discussions with RAA. And I also want to thank the Derry University Group, because they've been attempting to bring this report and the content of it to people's attention for discussion and for meetings, and are urgently pushing a discussion of these issues. So we welcome the proposal and thank Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also happy to support the motion. Conor Murphy has made it very clear that he's made a clear pledge about setting up a task force which would explore and enhance the university expansion in Derry. The previous speaker mentioned that wasn't a priority of Stormont before. Well, that ministry is held by the DEP and has been held for the last 10 years, so that doesn't surprise me that the university hasn't been a priority. I'm very happy that we could bring the RAA down. I know they are a well-respected group of academics. I would be very interested to hear what they would say, but there is a lot of stuff going on at the minute in the university, so maybe they can give us a bit of insight. There's been the development of the cross-border cluster, which has been led by University of Ulster and Derry. It includes the college, the Atlantic Technologies University and ETB. That's already paying dividends. They're sharing research and student pathways at the minute. And I know that since there's been that cross-border memorandum that's been set up in 2018, and as a party, we do see this university being a regional ask. And since 2018, members should be reminded that we now have the School of Medicine at Magee. We never had that before. And there's 1,400 people studying medicine at Magee, nearly 400 in every year. And there's also been the transfer of all the allied health professions to Derry, just again in the last couple of years. So we have 1,400 people studying nursing on campus now. And again, the new paramedics degree, I know it started small, but we had 600 applicants for that. So clearly, UU Derry, there's demand to come here. And remember, the Atlantic Tech, that new university, Atlantic Tech University, has 8 campuses. So all of that bodes very well. I would like to hear what these academics have to say, what else we can do to make all this work better. There's also the 50 million centre, which was announced this week. It's just been signed off for Derry. And that, again, is cross-border, and it's working with AI, data science, and fintech. So the future is very bright if we can get a couple of things working. So I would love to hear what these guys have to say, these people who know this. The important thing, though, is we need to get the DEP back to work, because without Stormont, a lot of this stuff won't happen. And we do need to care for that. Only one thing, the motion itself, the wording of it, that word meaningful. I went to university of Magee, as it was known then, and I just think that word there, meaningful, it's a wee bit of a slap in the face, in my opinion. So I would, maybe if we could change that. Developing university provision. I think all university provision is meaningful. I think everyone's studying and working at Magee. I think they're doing a really good job. They're studying meaningful courses. So if we could maybe change that and have it at developing university provision, I would be a lot happier. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. And we have no problem at all supporting Councillor Carr's motion. I think every single councillor on this virtual chamber shows support for the fact that we want a great university here for many of our residents, but also for students to come here and invest within our city and a district. We had a very good meeting with the Vice Chancellor, and there is positives coming out of University of Ulster here in the city, where we're going to have the largest amount of students enrolling this September than we've had in many, many years, but it's nowhere near the 10,000 that we've all committed to, and we do need to become a competitive city when it comes to university provision so that we can start pulling students from across the water and from the south, and it would be great to have a presentation, like a previous speaker said, to see what their ideas and how we could do this, because I know everybody has their frustrations when it comes to University of Ulster, but the main message that I took away from that meeting was that we needed to be more positive and understand that we are a university city and district. We are pulling students in. It's not as fast as we want it to be. It's nowhere near the numbers that we want, but we need to be that place that people want to come and stay and live and invest. So no, we have no problem at all supporting the motion. I think it would be great to have the discussion, great to see the ideas, and try and build some positivity around our university provision here in the city and district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair. Look, Chair, what's happening here is that we are losing a lot of young people in the brain drain. A lot of our young people are heading away to universities, and there's statistics that state that a lot of young people, wherever they go to university, a lot of them are likely to settle there. So unless we do something, we will continue to lose some of our brightest and most intelligent young people. There's a train of thought that that we need to set up a new cross-border body, independent of Belfast and Dublin, and to build an autonomous university here, and which will have immense benefits and regenerate the Northwest economy. Secondly, we need an independent scrutiny body in the 6 counties, which will stop Belfast swallowing up a lot of the 6 counties student places, and in turn swallowing up that economy. And what I get from this is that that they're warning us very, very clearly that if we don't do something, then we're going to fail. We're going to continue to be in the dire state that we're in. I've heard some commentators on here saying things are looking bright and things are starting to. I don't see it. I really, really don't see it. And I'm looking forward to getting these people that this is their expertise, get them in, and I think we owe it to our children to listen to them and try and get this to work. I take Councillor McGowan's point about meaningful, but knowing Councillor Carr, and I'm sure he can explain himself, I don't believe that he was being any way facetious or meaning it in a bad way. But I'm happy to second and support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Without anyone else in the chat box, I will invite Councillor Carr back to sum up.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I have no problem with meaningful be taken out of the motion. And just thank members for their support on this. I do think it will be a very good meeting, and probably we're looking at, given the way people's talking, we should be looking at maybe a special council meeting to bring this task force in, because no doubt it will be a long conversation with them. Thanks again, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and I don't hear anyone speaking against the motion. So again, I'll pause to see if anyone comes in, but if not, I'll take the motion as unanimous. Unanimously supported, Councillor Carr. Excellent. Moving on to the next motion, which is Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read, please?
Yeah, do you have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, look, you know, I think it's well established that since the beginning of the cost of living crisis almost a year ago, that government has failed to take radical and urgent action to protect people. There's been demands for price caps, for profit caps, and for wealth taxes that have all been ignored. And instead of doing that, government greenlighted corporate profiteering on a scale that we have not seen for decades, probably dating back to the 1950s. And we're now in a situation, because of the lack of government action, that workers across the board are demanding above inflation pay increases. They offset the impact of the cost of living crisis, which they have every right to do. And the response to that now from Boris Johnson, from the Bank of England chief, and from a whole echo chamber of elites is that workers' pay, increase in workers' pay will set off an inflation spiral. It's utter nonsense and it's utter lies, but it's all geared towards intimidating workers out of demanding higher wages, out of attempting to create a public mood where workers are creating chaos. But this is all Tory and ruling class propaganda to protect the billions and billions and billions that big corporations have lifted over the last 2 or 3 years. And it's a complete injustice right now to tell workers they don't deserve and can't have higher wages. And BT Group and Royal Mail are two of the worst offenders of this. Let me give you an example. Royal Mail did a payout last year to shareholders of £400 million, and they also increased the pay of their CEO by 140,000. That's Royal Mail. BT Group gave out last year a payout to shareholders of 750 million, and they increased their pay, the pay of their CEO Philip Jansen, from 2,628,000 to 3,460,000. This is incredible. And they're telling workers now all they can get is a 2% wage increase or a 3% wage increase, which is, as we know, a pay cut, because if it doesn't stay in line with inflation, workers are losing out. And that's why workers right now are balloting to go on strike. And today, BT Group workers voted massively for strike action. And Royal Mail have started the ballot. Now, these are workers that live in our district, pay taxes here, pay rates here, and they are standing up for themselves. And many other workers are doing the same. I think it's incumbent upon our council to reject these lies about workers' pay driving inflation, and to stand with workers that are taking action for proper and real pay increases in line with inflation. I think what's happening here is we have to make a decision about which side we're on. Are we going to be with Tories who are planning strike breaking, and strike breaking has already started here in the north, who are going to try and break strikes,
Councillor
to try
Harkin,
and
can
smash,
you bring your
I'm
remarks to
finishing now,
close?
to try and stop workers from demanding fair pay? Or are we going to stand with the workers? I know who I'm going to be standing with if there's picket lines, and I think our council should be standing with them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Harkin for bringing this motion. Boris Johnson exclaimed at the start of this month, quote, "When a wage price spiral begins, there's only one way, and that is to slam the brakes on raising prices with higher interest rates." However, Madam Mayor, on the 16th of June this month, 65 leading economists sent an open letter to Mr. Johnson. I quote what they've said: "Suppressing wages is the exact opposite of what is needed in response to this current wave of inflation, and risks fueling dramatic increases in poverty and hardship, and ultimately a recession. Inflation today comes from huge external factors, including aftershocks of lockdown, war in Ukraine, and extreme weather events across the globe. It is not the product of wage demands." I think I know who to listen to in this debate. These economists are very clear, Madam Mayor, that the Johnson government's approach is wrong and self-defeating. After a decade-long wage squeeze, a new course of action is clearly required and must be charted. They quote the Bank of England, citing that labour market demands only account for a small amount of price increases in this current spiral. Given the specific example cited by Councillor Hargan, both these private corporations should be making higher wage rises for their employees, given the eye-watering profits they have already posted this year. We welcome the motion and support the rejection of these below-wage inflation rate proposals of the aforementioned workers and await the delegation in due course. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me for letting me in. And I totally agree with our previous speakers, Sean Harkin and Sean Mooney. But I just want to sort of update you on the Royal Mail and what they've been doing as well. All the managers had to be re-interviewed for all their current jobs. And from this, there were 400 redundancies made by Royal Mail of managers. So we fully support this motion, and we express solidarity with workers, whether they are managers or whether shop floor workers. And thank you, Sean Harkin, for bringing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. And at this stage, I don't see any further speakers. And the chat, sorry, there is Alderman Defeny.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of the DEP, we have no problem in supporting this notice of motion. We do think it's unbelievable some of the profit these big companies are making at the moment and can't pay a fair wage. And look, our party has always supported a fair pay increase. And look, why I say that, Mayor, is sometimes, you know, we have businesses out there struggling at the moment and find it difficult maybe making ends meet. But I think it's something that everyone deserves is a fair salary. And Mayor, you know, we talk about big business. I think when we look at the field of sport, and I've just been reading through some of the amount of money footballers are earning per week. Some of them earning between 200,000 and over 500,000 per week. And I believe that is ludicrous. But back to where we're at here, in light of the crisis we're in, I believe something has to be done with these big businesses and the huge profits that they're making. And look, as we all know, the crisis that we're going through, the cost of living, for many, it doesn't affect them because they're in that huge salary bracket. But for a lot of them who are under, it's a very, very difficult time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Defeny. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Mayor, as we've heard on a number of occasions this evening, spiralling inflation and the cost of living crisis have joined forces at a time when people have already been squeezed and at a level that has not been seen for over 40 years. As a percentage of people's income, we are today paying more for food, fuel and energy than at any time in recent history. Wage depression is no accident. It is a policy choice by the Tories and has been enforced by them for at least 10 years. It is ludicrous and frankly an insult to everybody's intelligence for Tory ministers to come out and try to link spiralling inflation to workers' wage proposals. The attempts by the British Chancellor of the Exchequer in his statement to address these issues last month falls very far short of what was required. And members will recall Finance Minister Conor Murphy's assessment that Rishi Sunak was simply tinkering on the edges of what was needed and didn't go nearly far enough to alleviate the worst impacts of the spiralling cost of living and inflationary pressures. Research published last month, which examined the pay of FTSE 350 chief executives, has exposed the disparity between the pay of bosses and their employees, which is set to widen again this year. Shockingly, executives are expected to collect 63 times the average median pay of the workers at their companies this year. The wage ratio disparity between the pay collected by bosses and that of their workers will be nearly double that of 2021 levels. It's something of a wonder that these excessive executive wage increases are never referenced in Tory ministerial circles when discussing spiralling inflation, nor does the issue of multi-million-pound dividends hemorrhaging from companies at the same time as those companies claim they can't afford an honest wage increase for their workers. Mayor, just to record that Sinn Féin Support the Workers will be supporting this motion and look forward to hearing from our colleagues in the CWU as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly, and there is no one else in the chat box at the minute, so I will ask Councillor Harkin to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everybody for their contributions. There were some very useful points that were made, and just after what Dan said there, look, what we're seeing is a massive transfer of wealth from the lower part of society, workers, the least well off, to people who are already filthy rich. That's what's happening, and it is, money is being taken out of the pockets of workers. Food is being taken out of the mouths of children, and it's going to people who clearly don't need more money. And unfortunately, government has facilitated this, and they have done nothing about it. And now there is massive pressure because government has failed to do something. Workers are doing it themselves by taking strike action. And as Councillor McKinney said, yes, that has happened to Royal Mail managers, and that's why Royal Mail managers themselves, not the top managers, have voted for industrial action themselves. So this is spreading. The workers in the GPO in Derry have also been taking strike action. So this is two big groups of workers that have balloted that will have a real impact if they are forced to go out strike. Because often you ballot for strike in order not to go to strike, because you're trying to say to your employer, we will do this if you won't treat us with a bit of dignity. So hopefully this message from our council, if we support this tonight, will give some confidence to BT Group workers and the Royal Mail workers and the other workers that we're on their side and think they deserve a real cost of living pay increase. And hopefully it'll send a message to employers as well that this council will be backing them and will back them if there's a strike as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin, and I believe that no one has spoken against the motion. So we could possibly have another unanimous motion. I'll pause. Nope, that seems to be unanimous. Well done, Sean. That concludes the motions. So the next number of items are for information, responses to motions, the resolutions from other councils, and the ceiling list. So unless there is somebody who wishes to speak on them, I'll call the meeting to a close. Oh, there's Martin Riley. Sorry, Councillor Riley. Item 22, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. This is a request to light up one of our civic spaces. It only arrived into my inbox there at 9:15 this evening, so that's why I haven't been able to raise it with you directly before today, but I did forward you on the email to your Mayor account, so you can have a look at it later on when the meeting's over. Mayor, I'll put it in the chat box if needs be, but it's just the proposal is that the council light up the civic buildings for Light Up Blue for Mesothelioma campaign, which is, for those who may not know, is a asbestos illness that results in lung cancer. Unfortunately, as I said, it is quite short notice. The day that they're looking to light up the civic buildings is tomorrow. So that's why I'm really grateful that you've allowed me just to raise it here now this evening, and hopefully the council will be able to support the proposal. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley, for raising that. I have left word in the Mayor's office that I'm happy to light up council buildings in relation to issues. So I'm sure this would be the same. I would just say that I can't confirm it at this stage because I'm not sure what the schedule is, but certainly if it is not already booked for another cause, I would be more than happy to support it. So thank you for raising it, Councillor Riley. If there is no further business, I'll call the meeting to a close. So thank you everyone for your patience on my first meeting. So hopefully we get through them a wee bit quicker, but that was good. So thank you everybody for your time and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well done, Mayor.
Very well appreciated and very, very well done.
Cheers, Mayor. Thank you.
Well done, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Well done.